I'm going to introduce myself first. Because there's some of you that are new. So I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to use a new resource that I use. This is called the Story Marker. And such a good resource for kids. This is the one that I use. I think it's just manipulative, but it really teaches the kind of the structure, the organization of a narrative. So this is why I love the Story Marker. I'll talk about it a little bit later, but I'm just using it now to show you how I'm going to walk through telling a story, how I'm going to walk through introducing myself. Okay. Okay. Go wait a second. We'll talk about, it's called the Story Grammar Marker. So if you Google that, it will come up. It is a program, but it's specifically, you can use it for informative writing, but I don't like it for informative writing as much as I like it for narrative writing. And believe it or not, at K1, they even have a doll, a story grammar doll that you actually can put around your neck. I didn't have enough time, I didn't have enough room to actually bring it. But at the K1, they have this doll that looks like they have all the parts of it. You actually put it around your neck, and it's a big doll that is a visual for kids that shows kids when you're going through the story. It shows all the parts on a great big doll that you wrap around your head. It is amazing in terms of interaction. They have a teacher one, and then kids get these like little ones that are exactly like the big one. This is like the teacher one that I walk through when I'm retelling a story, when I'm introducing someone. I use this, but then kids have a little one that's exactly like mine, so that when they're planning their story, they can actually go through and make sure they have all the parts of the story. So I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Yolanda Westerberg. Oh, there's the character, Yolanda Westerberg. And I'm from Spokane, Washington, actually Liberty Lake. And I am the kickoff. This is where I'm from. The kickoff is that I'm here, whole day at home, all the summer stuff. But today, something's different. I'm here with you folks today. There's my kickoff. That makes me feel really happy that I'm here with you. Excited to be with you, and now we're going to make a plan. What happened as a result of me being here and being really excited to work with you? Oh, I'm so excited because I get to focus on narrative writing. We're going to work on lots of skills and strategies that go with narrative writing. And by the way, new thinking when it comes to narrative writing, because narrative writing starts with reading and comprehension. If the kids cannot retell a story, they will not be able to write a well-written, exciting, precise story. So we have to make sure that when we think about narrative writing, that we think about where is a good place to put narrative writing in your year-long plan. For me personally, my narrative writing does not happen until the second half of the year because I have to get them really strong on reading strategies, on narrative strategies within their reading. So I do a lot of my strategies within your reading, your core curriculum. So anytime I do a narrative story, I'm talking about structure and talking about what this author did to make this a really good story and can give you all the components of the story. I'm hoping that today you'll walk away with some really good strategies to start the year out. Not having your kids write a story yet. We're going to start with oral retelling for your little kiddos. Oral retelling, not writing. We don't want them to pick up a pencil yet. We want them to tell their story, tell their story, tell their story before they ever put it to paper. And they're going to be doing a lot of quick sketching and labeling for you. They may not be writing a sentence yet. They may not be writing 2 sentences or a story, but they're going to be beginning to tell their story before they write their story. And they're going to be quick sketching their story and labeling their work before they ever write. So we're going to talk about order today, which is really important. As we go through these strategies, the next 2 sessions that I have with you will be a continuation of narrative strategies. So we're going to be changing some color coding. I'm hoping that you'll we'll go over all the supplies that you'll need to get going, all of the resources that you're going to need. You're going to need to start talking about, thinking about what are my mentor texts I'm going to be using as I teach this unit. At the end of our year of narrative writing. I'm going to tie this all up. I'm hoping that you will be a little bit more engaged and ready to teach narrative writing. And I'm hoping that you'll feel successful at the end of this year. So do you see my structure? Okay, turn to top. What did you notice about the structure that I did? How I use this to tell my story and how it might help kids. Turn to talk real quick to your partner. And if I could either have you come here or you go there, I could ask them or talk about this. What did you notice that I did? How might this be helpful for your little kiddos as you're thinking about structure of a story? My little class of first graders have their own little story grammar marker, and you guys, it's so fun to watch little kids. Once they've seen me use it, every time I retell a story with them, and they're now helping me, all these are Velcro too, which is what I love about this little tool, is each one of these pieces is Velcro, so I could actually give you, you're gonna be my helper, and I could say, okay, let's see if you can remember. Okay, so I told you my name is Yolanda Westerberg. Do you remember where I'm from? Okay, stop it. You get up, tell the group, where am I from? And guess what? She gets to put it right in, because you guys, this is the beginning of a story. This is the middle of the story, the events in order. And I might only have 2 events. I might have 5 events. Oh, I might have 7 events. You see how I'm not moving chronological order, sequencing, how powerful this is? And then this is the end of the story. So when you think of a story, it's the beginning of the story, middle of the story, and the end of the story. So we talk about beginning, middle, and end. That's where you guys are beginning. Will your kinder and first graders know how to do all this? Absolutely not to begin with. We're going to scaffold this out. What's the first thing based on standards that our kids need to have? At your grade level, it's character setting. With guidance and support, character setting, and being able to sequence events. Sometimes we have our kids do everything, but look at standards. There's a definite progression from kindergarten all the way up to high school in terms of we're moving now into literary. So these pieces come off, and then I can have a direct, the kids can come up and actually be, you can be my character person, you can be my setting person. So that when I am actually reading a story and I'm working on characters, notice how I keep my hand on there. What do we know about the character of the story at the beginning? Now, characters come along, but what's our character with the goal at the beginning? So we're going to talk about elements of fiction here and how we get kids to write a good story. But here's what I know, personal, transparent moment. I wanted them to start writing before I even hit the retell. So that's a big deal for me. I don't teach my kids, even though they like to write creative stories, personal narrative, sometimes about themselves, imaginative narrative, made up, creative, animals are talking, versus realistic fiction. There's so many different kinds of fiction that we need to talk about from K-5. Where do our little kiddos start? But really giving them that balance of let's retell and retell and retell before they ever write is the key to better writing and narrative writing. One of the things I think you're thinking in your mind is, well, maybe not you all, just K1. But the upper grade, they tend to leave narrative writing out because it's not state assessed in the state of Oregon. They're either informative or opinion. But you guys, our kids need to be able to read and write a narrative regardless if it's tested. It is a standard. So we can't ignore it. And kids love it once they know how to write a really good story. And that's really where you're living a lot at K1 is with this. By the way, special ed, this began with a special ed teacher who said, my kids were struggling with structure and organization. This is where she started with special ed. However, and also speech. This is another really a great tool for speech. But what I found is in general ed, oh my goodness, it gives kids a structure. What do I need in the beginning of my story? How do I sequence the middle of my story, and how does the story end that isn't the end? Or somebody dies, right? Or they go to an informative. I hope you like my story about, which is not even a story, it's just back to informative. So there's a lot of things that our kids are doing that I think we need to not go too quick into narrative writing, and we need to start with narrative reading. And we need to start with a lot of foundational skills that are going to happen during your core time. Now, could you do this during your writing time? Absolutely. But I start with a lot of these strategies during my reading time when we're reading a narrative. During writing, I can up it by using picture books. So here's how I differentiate, you guys. I use my core if it's high interest, if the story's high interest and not too long. Sometimes cores are not as interesting and they're too long. I like to use my core if the core is literary narrative and it's high interest. Kids are excited about it. During my writing time, I can give them another hit. It's almost like the walking to write, the walking to read, the walking to write, where I might now pick up a picture book, Pat, the good egg, the fly guy, and then use that to retell stories. Now, here's where eventually you'll go from, let's retell Pete the cat, but let's have a different ending. You see what I'm doing, what you're doing now? You're not, it's kind of almost like a brief write, a brief sketch. You're telling the whole story, but you're stopping and saying, yeah, let's create a good ending of the story. Instead of giving them everything, like that, what if we changed the character? What if we changed just the setting? So after doing brief writes, where we're not asking kids to do the whole story, but what? Parts of the story, which is a really good place. And we'll talk about that as we sequence out. The one thing that, if you're new to me, and I think there are some people, raise your hand if you're new to me, that you've never been, oh boy, lots of, you're coming in as an introduction. Everybody else has had been for how many years now, you guys? Three now? It's a good one for it. Here with you. So if you're new, hang in there. I want to meet both your needs and the needs of those that have been here. So it's always good to review, right? You guys are going to be okay if I review for the people in the room who are new. New tool. Now you can purchase it. It's going to tell you that because I know her. I've been trained by the owner of Story Grammar, but I have schools who actually have made their own. I'm not going to recommend that you do that, but teachers are real creative and they've created and made their own. So that's something, if you don't budget for that, but I'm sure you could go to the Hobby Lobby or some store and actually make this. If you want to take a picture, leave it down, want to take a picture of this, you can, and then you can see kind of what this is. And we'll talk a little bit more about what all these mean and what this is going to look like for you, but I definitely use this for retelling. Really a good tool. And again, as I was saying, again, my kids have this, and once my students know how this works, the structure of a narrative, and then I get to narrative writing, then each one of my students gets their little student one, and it looks exactly like my big one, but my first graders will do that. They'll put their finger on it, and they'll close their eyes, and they'll be thinking, who's my character? And they'll start writing. And then they'll put their finger on the star, they'll close their eyes, and they'll think about what's my setting, and they'll write their setting. So you see, it is visual, tactile for kids at K1 to have something to hold on to and say, I need a good character with the goal. And where did that character live? The who and the when, the where and the when. And what's the problem? Every character, there's a problem. Not always, but 90% there's a problem. And how the character feel about that problem? And what do they decide to do because of that problem? And then what are those sequenced events? Which then kids like to do that. And then, and then, and then, we're going to do that. And then, we're going to get rid of that. And then how did it end and how did the character go? It's kind of a new realization. We're going to talk about this really good tool. Something to think about as you guys are looking at for resources. So today, we're going to be working on narrative writing, actually working on the foundations of narrative, because I'm hoping you're not going to have your kids write narratives together. Maybe some personal narratives, because in the Lake Washington units, it starts with a personal narrative. I'd like you to hold off. I'd like you to hold off with narrative writing for a bit, and even spend what I call the first month of September, your September start, where you're just teaching kids strategy. September start, getting them into mentor text and teaching them strategies, but not really writing in anything. That's what I would say when you're teaching your plan. September start, informative writing. opinion writing, narrative writing. That's kind of how I would see it for you guys when you're thinking of your year-long plan. September starts. And usually, and I'll give you some research about maybe the first 15 days of writing for you. And then you're gonna go into your genres, informative writing, opinion writing, and you're gonna have narrative writing. Okay, so kind of in that order. So really September is getting up and going as well. So really truly narrative writing starts with narrative reading. So I'm gonna share a lot of strategies you will be able to start using in the beginning of the year with your kiddos when it comes to narrative. So I'm gonna think of your core. Think of what stories. I'm going to be thinking of picture books. I've got a great list of picture books for these kids as well that I will share with you. But just starting with the foundations of reading, that's what we're really going to do today. Let me go to my next slide. As far as resources, take notes. We're going to get some paper too, you guys. Oh, there's like paper. Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about, it was working here a minute ago. Obviously, it's not. We'll do it manually. Okay, so let's talk about resources. Okay. There we go. There we go. Resources. These are the resources that I would recommend for you for K1. Okay, so there's Talking, Drawing, Writing by that's by Martha Horn. You guys, for K1, it is a great resource because it really starts with where do our young writers need to be. And it's all about talking, teaching them how to tell their story. It's about drawing, sketching their thinking, and then it's about writing. So notice in that order, talking, drawing, writing. We tend to go right to the writing for kiddos, and that's why kids hate writing. They don't have all the phonics components in play. They don't have all the letters in play. Really important, you guys, that we don't go too quickly in writing because then they're going to get frustrated because they're not going to be able to label their pictures. So really getting them to talk, to sketch, and to write is really important. That's by Martha Horn. Really good. Now don't let the book, they couldn't bring it, but the book, it's big, and the first chapter is all about pedagogy, but then it has lessons, how to draw. It's a great resource. I use Step Up to Writing. So if your school is a Step Up to Writing, oh my goodness, it is. I wouldn't teach writing without Step Up to Writing. It is a atlas. It's almost too big. We need I'm working with a company to try to scale it down. Maybe we do little pieces with it, because when you get that book, it's this big. And isn't it overwhelming? How many of you have said, looked at it, went overwhelming? And then guess what happens? Teachers take that book that's full of gifts and gems and jewels and so good, and they put it on their shelf. Because they don't know how to use it, not because they don't think it's a good resource, but it's because we've not really spent time to teach our kids how to use the program. It is fabulous. You're not going to use everything, but I'm telling you, I would not teach writing without it. So really, really important. Step Up to Writing, we've been using green, yellow, we've been using lots of different colors. Narrative is purple. What color is narrative? Purple. Here's what's happening with Step Up to Writing. If you haven't had enough training, usually the trainer starts with a lot of green, yellow, and pink, which is informative. Green, yellow, and pink, informative, and opinion. If they've not really delved deeply in narrative, then what teachers want to do is use the green, yellow, and pink for narrative writing, and it does not work. It does not work. It's a whole different system. So we use green, yellow, and pink for informative, when I'm teaching it, we're going to use it, but for the actual writing, we're going to use the color purple. Okay, now the new edition has changed. If you're a Step Up to Writing school, the new edition has changed a bit since I was involved at the Step Up 2. They have now, when I started, it was always beginning, middle, and end, purple, 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 but in the 4th edition, they somehow changed, I don't know why, but now it's beginning in lilac and then purple, purple. I don't think you need to do the lilac. I think you do purple, 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 but you just make sure they know what's in the beginning, what's in the middle, what's in the end. I mean, 2 different purples, I don't think that's necessary. But you'll see that if you're Step Up and you have a new edition, the lilac, they're using the lilac at the beginning, and it's a different shade, and we just don't need to do that. So it's going to be purple. So we're now moving to purple. Don't use purple for informative, and don't use green, yellow, and pink for narrative, because it's a different kind of writing. So we're going to really focus on purple today with practicing some green, yellow, and red. The story grammar marker I talked about, so you can Google that as well. We're going to be using the Lake Washington units of study. They're in your notebook. I would definitely look at those as well. And then be thinking of mentor text picture books. The other thing you're probably wanting to have, make a list of picture books that you're going to want to use the month of September. Now, here's a little note, you guys. Here's how I do this. I like to think of September as like beginning of the year. I like to kind of teach thematically when I'm picking out my picture books for my writing time. Because remember, during my reading, we're retelling, talking about character, talking about setting, those kinds of things. In my writing, I'm really getting them to retell with me, oral tell the story, oral storytelling and tell the story with me. So I like my picture books to be kind of a part of my writing time. And I like to do it thematically. So I like to choose picture books, 4 picture books, 1 picture book a week. Okay, guys, write that down. 1 picture book a week. Now, if you're a 4-day school, that might be 2 weeks. Okay, so you decide. If you're a 4-day week, then it would be maybe a picture book for the 2 weeks. So this is a really good way to start writing for you guys, is by using picture books. Okay, and I've got a whole list of picture books if you don't. I spend those 2 weeks doing all the foundation strategies, teaching them about character, color coding, sketching the beginning of a story, sketching just the character, sketching the setting, sketching one event, sketching an action. There are different things you're going to start doing with those mentor texts, and in each month, I like to kind of do it thematic. So month 1 is all about friendship, unity. So I'm going to bring in picture books that really represent that. In October, I'm going to have a whole another set of books. And I'm going to use those books to really reinforce all the strategies the kids are going to be needing during this kind of writing. Lake Washington for Kinder starts with a personal narrative. So again, I want you to just give out a partner. What's the difference between personal narrative and creative narrative and realistic fiction? Tell me the difference of the 3. Personal narrative, creative narrative, and realistic. What's the difference between the 3? Toss your partner real quick. Okay, so let's talk about personal narrative. A true story that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And it's really small. Okay, because if kids tell you what they did all day long, that's an informative. But if they zoom in and tell me about the part of the day where they were the happiest or the saddest or the maddest, when they zoom in and tell me a story about something in the day, then that's a personal narrative. So be careful, guys, because kids like to tell you what they did all day long. That's an informative. Where they say, I did this and I did that, and then we did this, and then we did that. That's more informative. I want early this afternoon when we were lining up for lunch, the siren went off and we all panicked because we didn't know what to do. And my teacher took us back to our seat and told us to put our heads on our desk. I was really scared. You see, now that's different. And I'm zooming into the small little moment in my day. We have to teach kids to give me the seed of the watermelon, not the whole watermelon. Right? We want the seed of the watermelon, not the whole watermelon. So really getting them to zoom in. And I think we be careful about that as teachers when we say, right, it's a story about it's too big and too broad. When we say, zoom in. Personal narrative, story, but small. Has beginning, middle, and end. Personal narrative. Creative narrative, ladies and gentlemen. Creative. Now, another word that standards use is imaginative. And that at the lower is more like fantasy fiction. It's like animals can talk. You can fly on, kids are flying or disappearing, or the teacher's disappearing. I kind of like to show them a book that's more creative, and then showing them a book that's more realistic fiction, so they can see the difference between the two. Creative animals are talking in real life. Except for maybe a parrot, they'll say a parrot does. So imaginative is made up. Still has a beginning, middle, and end. You see now the consistency? Personal narrative, true. Beginning, middle, end. creative, made up, beginning, middle, and end. Realistic fiction has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But it's pretty true. It means it didn't happen, but it could. It didn't happen, but it could. So there's no talking animals. It's a real life. Now for you folks, third grade needs realistic fiction because of your state assessment. On the reading side, it's more realistic fiction that they're reading. Okay. In some states, and I don't know that your state is going to go to having to write a little lyric in third grade, but if they do, they're going to have to, it's more likely going to be a prompt that's more realistic than it is going to be creative. So that's something to be thinking about. How do I at K1 prepare my second graders to be able to tell a story so that at third grade, the third grade teacher really goes deep into what all the elements of that story needs to have. Does that make sense? So I want you to think today, what is my job at K1 to get my kids ready to write a story in second grade? You'll see that the like question is asking them to do more kind of creative stuff. I would recommend, if you're a first grade teacher, to look at the kindergarten Lake Washington unit first, maybe start there. That would be really good. Maybe really looking at that kindergarten one before you actually do the first grade. I use these units of study as a kind of a book study for teachers to do it, to really work on it together. I think if you're doing it together, that's going to be easier. Maybe in year one, you both do over your table, you all start with the kindergarten. And then maybe you look at the first grade and you go, okay, what more do I need to add in first grade and again in second grade? So that's something to think about as you're working in teams. Does that make sense? Hey, turn to top. What did you learn new about the three kinds of writing? What did you learn new today with me just talking about it? That may be different for you. Yeah. Realistic fiction. Okay, awesome. Got a real understanding of the three. I think year-long planning, and in fact, let's talk about year-long planning, because I think that's really a key component that of writing. If you need to have a year-long plan, do you have a year-long plan? Like, do you know what you're doing each month of the year? That's number one. If you don't have a year-long plan, that's really where you need to start. And it needs to be aligned K-5. Okay, so you can't, because I mean, I always think we live in this kind of crazy cycle where we're all kind of doing the best we can, but it's all over the place. And that's what our kids get nowhere. So when kids change from grade level to grade level and every teacher does it differently, that's hard on them. So we have to be thinking of a year-long plan. What is your year-long plan when you are thinking about the year? So 4 minutes, I want you to talk with your partner about what you, if you're new, if there's any new in the room, new teacher, oh, I love you guys, but you need support. Because we lose our, we're losing our good ones. By year 5, we're losing our teachers because it's such a hard job. So if you don't have support, it's hard. So I really want to talk to you too about New Year and hopefully that you have support as well. It's a lot. So in your group, get table now, not partner. What does your year-long plan look like if you have one? If you don't have one, what do you think of the value of a year-long plan would be? Turn talk back, and I'm going to pop up a year-long plan so you guys can see that. All right, so look up here, you guys. Here's an example of a year-long plan, and every district that I go to is usually done in year one. So during foundation time, and you guys can always email me and I can send you this. So you don't have to make another copy of me. You just make sure that you make a note of things you want me to send you. And send me an email, or you can take a picture of it as well. I'm such a good share. So get your phones out and take a picture of this. This is Helen, Montana. Now, I would even do some things differently, but again, every time I meet with this new school district in year one, you guys now, I've been with year three, those of you that are newer, this is gonna go, what's the year-long plan? This is an example of a year-long plan from kindergarten to fifth grade. We met with teachers, kind of teacher leaders from every grade level, and created this plan on what research says, order is important, there's a reason for why we do it. And then we aligned it with grades K through 1. So you'll see we're going to start with our September start launching. What does writing look like in my classroom? And there's another resource I can give you guys that I won't forget today. It has the first 15 days of lessons for the beginning of the year, which would be another good resource. Step writing is a bank of resources, a bank of strategies, but it doesn't give you a day 1, a day 2, and a day 3, which is hard if you don't have that. I know the strategies to pull out of separate writing to add to each of my units, but it doesn't give us the day 1, day 2. So for you, the Talking Writing book, and there's another resource that I'll share with you that gives you the first 15 days, would be really helpful for you. It has to be scripted for K2. Day 1, here's what I'm going to do. Day 2, here's what I'm going to do. And it's really focusing on more personal narrative, but very informal. So they go from September launching. Notice what happens as in the color. First of all, it's all color-coded, right? But I want you to notice, especially for September start launching, notice how it changes in terms of how long I stay there. Why does it get smaller by the time I get to fifth grade? Tell your partner. Why do you think it changes in terms of the time that I spend? Think about that. Why? Okay, now, normally, if not everybody's what I call playing the same game, because here's something that we all have to play the same game. It's not something that we can just do differently. We have to play the same game. If we're in a building that has a year-long plan that really shows us in what order we do and what's important in each one of those units to study, because in third grade now they're going to be tested on informative and or opinion, and reading is all about reading narrative, realistic fiction. So we can't ignore that, even if they're not being tested on how to write a story. If we're not aligned, then some of us stay with September launch all year long. And some stay shorter than others, but here is the beauty of this, is that if you are all vertically and horizontally aligned, ladies and gentlemen, then by the time they get to fifth grade, I don't have to spend all that time, do I? Because now they come to me knowing what that needs to look like. So it should be, for kinder, you could probably stay in launching even longer. I would even say for kinder and first grade, you could stay with September start, and you'd be a September, October start. Because you have to get them up and going, how to walk, how to hold a pencil, how to line up, how to just get their material. So kinder, they should be at launching longer than everybody else. But then if we're all speaking the same language and they go to the next level, then I should be able to, by third grade, really do a September start and move right into my informative writing. So you'll see that there is some components as we go. Now you'll notice at the end that we go with our creative narrative or realistic fiction, and then you're going to have some on-demand, which means now test practice. So the on-demand means test practice. Okay, so if you want to know that, we're going back to share this with your teams. On-demand means, oh, we got to stop and teach, kind of do some test practices before you guys do your word assessment. Notice that we're adding in pre-assessment and post-assessment. How am I going to know how my kids are doing unless I give them assessment? They do it, I score it, I teach it, and then I do a post-assessment. So here's the other thing I want you to think about. Are you doing your pre and post-assessments? And why would we want to do that? Turn it off. Are you doing pre and post-assessments? And why would we want to do that? Okay, so pre and post, oftentimes my teachers will say, we don't do a pre-assessment because they don't know it anyway. I mean, they're not gonna do well anyway. Unfair for our high flyers, for our green and our blue kids. It's very unfair. And I still need, even my high flyers, which I call my green and my blue kids, we're talking about tiers. My green and my blue need to keep moving. So I don't want to just teach the middle. I really need to know what goals my kids have, my red kids, my yellow kids, my intensive and my strategic kids. But I also want to make sure that my green and my blue kids are moving, because oftentimes at the K1, you'll see behavior increase from your smart kids. Why do you think that is? They're bored. I mean, I remember watching a student walk around just creating havoc in the room. And I kind of followed the student when I was making some observations, and I stopped to ask the student what was going on, and he said, I already know all this stuff. You're right? I already know all this stuff. So I'm just walk around and create havoc in the classroom. So we have to be thinking about, I need to know how to move my green and blue kids, and also know the holes of my yellow, my red and my yellow kids, my strategic and intensive kids. I don't like to necessarily group in the same way that they group with reading. So that's something else if you want some ideas on that. My reading is based on my walk to read, my win time, what I need. It's based on where they are developmentally at grade level in reading. So my low kids are in one group, my intensive are in one group, my strategic are in one group, and my green and my blue are in one group in my reading. That's how I do it. In writing is a little bit different, but you're also going to need to meet the needs of your green and blue. Here's that as an example. I like to keep my blue separate from everybody else. Okay, and then I mix up my greens and my yellows a bit, my high yellows, and then I mix up I don't just put my reds with my reds, because they're gonna get very far with that. So there's some strategic ways of even grouping your kids with writing, because if you teach to the middle, one size fits all, you're gonna miss the low kids who can't, and you're gonna miss the high kids who need to move and who can. So I also want you to be thinking about, how does this look like when I'm talking about writing? What are my expectations? I need to make sure that I'm pre-assessing. If you want some examples of some pre-assessments, please email me and I'll send to you. Okay, because I've got some pre and post already set up with some rubrics and everything that work at the beginning of the year. Very basic. So for you, it's going to be, here's your pre-assessment. I'm going to give them something to write about, but it's going to be sketching and labeling, you guys. I'm looking for their sketches. They're going to be sketching their thinking and labeling their thinking. That's when you know where they're at. So at your level, it's talking, sketching and labeling, and then writing sentences. Writing a sentence, writing sentences. So in terms of K1, that's what we want. Picture, I'm gonna show you some examples of that as well. I'll tell you guys too, I would totally not, opinion would totally, I would flip opinion. Because at the lower grades, they need more time. So this school district who did their way, and it's got to be yours. If I was going to give any kind of feedback on this one, I would make the opinion be shorter at the lower grades and the opinion be bigger at the bigger grades, because that's what they're being assessed on, and it's pretty layered. You see that? So when you go back to your schools, you're going to want to talk about each grade level, same order. What's the importance of having the same order? Did you know that here? We're all going in the same order. Why do you think that's important? Turn it up. Why is that important that we stay in the same order? What do you think? Think of an all school celebration at the end of, October, we're all celebrating personal narrative writing. At the end of February, we're all celebrating informative writing. We're all speaking the same language. What if a student comes in, you guys, and you're doing, every grade level is doing their own thing, and a new student comes in? What could potentially happen with that new student? Think about that, okay? What if, think about not only that kids coming in, all doing, the student might have missed something in a different year, different part, if that teacher had already done it when they are coming in at that time of year. So it's really important for students. And I know that kids come in and out, attendance is an issue, right? If you guys have a problem with attendance, in and out, not to school, come to school. So this idea of being on the same page. The other thing is that I work better when I have a team, all working together, creating, starting, focusing on the same strategy. That's what I call crazy cycle. We're all doing everything, good stuff, but everywhere. I want you to think about what kids need, not what you need, but what kids need. And they need to hear this in the same way, year after year after year. You have a teacher that's really good and informative and stays there forever, but you have a teacher that doesn't, and they only get a little bit, and that student's gonna go to the next grade level who holds their instruction, right? So really doing that's important, yes.
Besides teaming the school, you also have parents in multiple systems at different grade levels. The parents who at least know the kids are doing the same type of
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, I'm gonna even go a step further. There's a school district in California that I worked with, was a step-up training school. So it's more step-up training, but I'm not just a step-up training instructor. I'm more than that. I was a national trainer for step-up and loved it, but they wanted me to just use step-up, and I, as a writing instructor, I can't just use step-up. It's a great resource, but it isn't everything. You need other things. But they were a step-up training school. But what they did, which was so powerful, this is amazing about you guys. Every time they started a new unit of study, they had a parent night. And then teachers taught them some of the strategies that they will see during that unit of study. So I got to go and teach my parents how to do two-color notes and how to use green, yellow, and red. It was so much fun. And then with another group of parents, I actually did a little narrative, and it was over Christmas. So we picked a Christmas book, and we talked about the beginning, middle, and end. And we got to talk about purple, and they got to be the student. I had over 60 parents in the room, you guys, in this building. And they were all doing color coding, two-color notes, so that they know what the expectation is. So that's something to think about, is how can I get parents in to be partners with us? Can I do an after school for parents to come in and actually learn about the strategy that we're doing in class, so that they can help them? Another thing to think about is, how can we help support our parents who are at home helping your kids writing too as well? So that's really a good point. So if you guys, I have some other examples, but this is probably the best one, other than I would probably tweak it. But if I were you going back and having your grade level, if not building, you have a principal that's not on board yet, you guys, then do your grade level. Or you know what, by the way, do it for yourself. So that you're organized. If you don't have a grade level that's on board, or a school that's on board, you creating your own plan, so you have a target for every unit of study to start with. Because in my building, I just did it by myself before everybody started joining in, or a district that became a part of it. So we might have to do some sequencing and rapid release as well. All right, so let's get our packet out. Open up to the beginning, your first packet in your notebook. I'm going to put this aside. And we're going to start with, I'm going to pull up my doc, and you should have a notebook. And in this first section of your notebook, let's look at it so you can see it. The first section is my handout. If you're K or all the way to 5, I see the same handout. This really was an introductory as well. And you'll see the handouts here. I'm going to kind of blow this up here so you can see a little bit better. We're gonna start with, and if you notice on here, you guys, my email is right on here, so just note, take a note that if you need anything from today, from me, anything further, a book list, if you need examples of some assessments, pre and post assessments, I've got that as well. So anything that you need, my email is on this first page, Yolanda@westerbergassociates.com. We're going to start with this page that looks like here. This is called our circle chart. What's this called, everyone? I'm going to turn up the volume. We have somebody who's asking. Is that you, Jason? You needed the volume.
It was just feeding back a little bit.
So, I need to
Yeah.
take it down then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to mute it or just put it down?
Either one.
Okay, this is called a circle chart. What's this called? Okay, so it's things that are talking about all the components that you're gonna need. I can still hear the.
There you go.
Sorry, guys, we get the technology going. Okay, on the top of the circle chart, this is the circle chart, and the circle chart is for defining. So anytime I'm gonna define anything, I'm gonna use a circle chart. The circle chart is usually anyone is divided in half. So I'm gonna do a circle chart with you a little bit later, but we're gonna divide it. By the time my kids get up to, well, even first grade, then I start to divide the circle chart. Anybody have thinking maps in here? Anybody had any thinking maps, Trinity? Okay, well, this is kind of like thinking maps, but I've kind of modified it and added some stuff with writing and I've changed a bit, so I'm calling them thinking charts. So this is, it's a chart that is defining. So when I ask you to identify or to give me brainstorm something or give me some ideas, I'm gonna use the circle chart. I divide it because the top is prior knowledge, the bottom is gonna be background knowledge, okay? So we're looking at the top of our chart. I even will color code it. So now this is where you get to pull out the colors of the step up writing. Our topic is always gonna be green, so take the green highlighter and highlight this green. Green means go. What's my topic? Okay, so green means go. What's my topic? Okay, so now I'm going to be talking some stuff about writing language with the color coding. So green is go. What's my topic? Okay, you want to take some notes on this? You sure can. Yellow means to slow down and think of what are my key ideas, my main ideas. We're going to be working on prior knowledge and we're going to build some background knowledge. Those are my two yellows where we slow down like the traffic light and focus on key ideas, main ideas, okay, or a category. So we've got two. Inside the circle, now we're going to stop and educate the reader. This is our red. We don't have a red highlighter, it's our pink. So green, go. What's my topic? Yellow, slow down. What's my key idea? My main idea. What's my category? And then red, we use pink. Pink is stop. We're going to educate the reader. Now we're going to have like three, just to start with kiddos, 3 dashes. Now, have I done this with K1 kiddos? Yes. So everything I've done here, I've done K high school. So all my K high school know the colors, they can do this. But again, in K1, they're sketching and labeling. They're sketching and labeling and beginning to write. All right, so then we've got a pink and a line, a pink and a line. And with my little kids, then they get to practice lines. And they get to practice color coding. There's 3 of them, okay? Can I have more? Absolutely. But 3 is usually my minimum as I challenge my kids to give me some ideas. Okay, so on the top, I would like you to think about what 3 things do you know about narrative writing? Okay, now I want you to not do anything writing yet. I want you to think. This is the other thing that we don't let our kids do. My kids have what I call a 5-finger check and thinking, their thinking hand. And they get 5 counts from either watching me before they can sketch, before they can pick up their crayon, their pencil, whatever you're giving them. And we're going to talk about material too. My kids, I don't give them highlighters. I don't give them markers. I give them highlighters, colored pencils, crayons, but not markers. Because it gets messy and it bleeds through. But they have highlighters in the toolbox in the middle of every table. I'm gonna give you thinking time. So you're gonna watch me. When I get to my fifth finger, then you're going to then tell your partner what you think before you sketch and label. Oh, that's different. She's asking us to share my thinking before I write it. Why do I want to do that? Turn to the top. I want to make sure they tell each other what they're thinking before they write. Turn to the top. Why do you think we want to do that? Okay, instructional routine. Might want to write this down. Make a little note. Instructional routine. Okay, 5-finger think, comma, share, comma, sketch label. I'll do that again for you. Okay, so it's your 5-finger think. It's your share with your partner. Then it's your sketch label. You're sketching your writing. And so for K1, sketching and labeling is their writing to begin with, before they even write sentences. So we're gonna do our 5-finger think. We're gonna share with our partner. And then we're going to write. And for K1, writing means talking, sketching, labeling, and then writing a sentence in that. Okay? Okay, so let's talk about why it's important they share. Is there any students in the classroom who probably didn't listen the first time, right? Number two, they have no clue what to write, right? You're gonna have kids in your room, and then what happens when they can't write? What's gonna happen to behavior in the classroom? We gotta keep them engaged, but we gotta give them some success. I'm asking my kids to stand on the shoulders of their partner, of their group, meaning I don't want anyone left behind. So if I'm a student who has no clue and you're my partner and you have a little bit of a clue of what's going on, I get to stand on your shoulders and I now have something to what? If I don't have a partner that will help me, then I'm gonna sit there and not have anything, and I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna fit, I'm gonna look around the room, do all those things that I can't do, and I'm gonna go, teacher, 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 I'm gonna have that, like, teacher, 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 teacher. Oh my goodness. I gotta help build them success, and that's why you really need to help each other with that, okay? So when you think of writing, what's important? I'm gonna give you a 5-finger check, and then you're gonna share what you think before you both with your partner write your 3 things. And as Kate wants to sketch it, you can. Okay, let's go teach you how to draw, okay, how to sketch, okay? Think, what's important, what do you know, what are some 3 things that we need to make sure we need, that kids need for their writing? Make my kids work right too. All right, share what you think, and then you can write on the top of your. What do you need? What do you need for your writing?
I love how the table has not done any writing, they're still talking, I love that, there should be no writing right now, all talking.
There's 3 important components of their writing, for your grade level, think about that.
Okay, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, now what I'd like you to do is in your team of 2 or your huddle up group, you've got a big group that's an all group. I want you now to do some critical thinking of all the things you talked about for your grade level. What are the 3 most important things that kids need to know about narrative writing? Would you write that, please? And if you draw a little picture beside it, that would be fabulous, because this is for you, not necessarily for them.
But I still want you to get into the habit of modeling them how to sketch something. Okay, so with your partner, what are the three most important things that your kids need to know when it comes to narrative writing?
What are those three things? And as a group,
Group
talk
talk
about it.
and then
Think
think about all the things you talked about and think about the critical three for your grade level.
Okay, we're gonna have three written on your circle chart, and right on your circle chart, get your three on the top, there's a dash on each three, on each of your pink lines, you write your three most important components, the things you know your kids need when it comes to narrative writing. What do they need to know? What do they need to have? And again, you can put anything that comes to mind when you think of narrative writing for your grade level.
Okay, here are my three big dogs, you guys. Now, here's what I call this kind of confirm or check and plus and check, meaning check, do you agree with me? Plus, let's add something to my thinking. I do confirm or revise my older, but with my little kiddos, I do what I call a check plus strategy. So my check plus strategy, I'm gonna put this at the top of the page so you know, my check means, I agree, I have it, I agree. So I can check it because we both agree. Okay, when I do a check. So if you have beginning, middle, and end on yours, you put a check mark by it. If you have elaborations, put a check mark by it. If you have story transitions, put a check by it, okay? I also do a plus, which means now I get to add thinking, so I get to add something to my thinking, okay? So if you don't have one in mind, you get to put it, and then as a plus, you get to add the check and plus. It's my check and plus strategy. This is really a good revision strategy. Check, we both agree. But let's something I just learned based on this Westerberg example. Make sense? So I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna pretend, let me see, you're my partner, you're my partner. You said, what was one of your other ideas? You said, you said having a whole right. Freedom to what? Like, their ideas are theirs. Or they're valid. Okay, so notice, let's just say we both had beginning, middle, and end. So I get to check mark that. My partner and I both had it, but I'm going to add, because my partner talked about freedom. So I get to add one, and now I'm gonna put a little because that's revision. I added something to my thinking. So check, we agree, we both agree. Plus means, I didn't think that was a good idea, I'm gonna include it. So I love this check in class, this check and plus as a really good revision strategy. Not an editing strategy, but a revision strategy, okay? When I'm talking, so when you're doing any kind of brainstorming, getting them to think, we agree. We agree with Mrs. Westerberg, we agree with the author. But then if we forget something, it's not an F, but we can edit it and plus by that, it's revision, adding more thinking. So we want to do check and plus. So again, you'll see how this works as well. Nice job, I saw some really good ones. I'm gonna have each table pick someone to share one new idea. So decide who your presenter is, you do however you want to do it. Decide who's going to present and share one new idea with them.
Okay, group one, group two, group three, group four. Group one, my presenter has to always stand,
So teach your kids to stand for the presenter.
Make
Make a note of that. Presenters have to stand.
And
presenters have to speak in complete sentences. Don't let kids just answer with one word. Teach them to say the whole sentence. And now you're teaching them how to write a sentence by saying it out loud. All right, who's our presenter here? Okay, gotta stand. Face the group, not me.
We said that it needs to be a small part, and very zoomed in, so just a little tiny bit of the whole big story, just.
One small part.
Okay,
Okay,
guys,
check it out. If you have that, great. If not, add that, because that's really important. We don't want it to be this long of a story. We want to zoom in. We want to zoom in to that seed of the watermelon, not the whole watermelon, okay? So I even have a picture of a watermelon seed on my narrative board. I want them to go, I want the seed of the watermelon, a small part of it that you go deep, versus the big watermelon that gives me everything. That's something else to think about, is the watermelon seed. Nice job. Okay, group two, who's your presenter? Okay, everybody listen. We're listening for a complete sentence.
Our group felt that we needed to have models, so the students knew what they were.
Teacher modeling, I love it. Okay, we don't have that. Put it in, and that's a plus. You just added new thinking. I agree. Model. Important. And I don't think we did that enough. Agree or disagree?
You guys have fun with it.
But maybe not even not time.
I think you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's how I do it, guys. I do. We do. Y'all do.
Oh, you do
not
not sense
sense
you.
That's how I do it.
I do. We do.
Y'all
Y'all do. Y'all do. Y'all do. No, you do and see what it is that you need for. I can't why. That's kind of the model. So it's important how we do it.
Okay, group three.
Who's our presenter?
We talked about we talked about who they're writing about, where your story is.
Elements of fiction.
I didn't even put that on there. Pretty good. I put embedded in the BNE, because you can't do a BNE unless they have the elements of fiction, but I love that. Another way, elements of fiction, guys. You need to know at your grade level what the expectation is.
Okay, and I think at kinder, oftentimes when I was a kindergarten teacher, I didn't realize how much the standards asked me to do in kinder. Now, it's with guidance and support that doesn't scare me. Because I'm guiding them and supporting them through the character and the setting and some of the sequence events. So that's really important.
Okay, group four, nice job. Group four.
Oh,
Feelings and emotions. I think that's the other part that when I initially started my journey, I didn't pay careful attention to. I want to know how the character is feeling in the beginning, and I want to know how the character is feeling in the end. And there should be what? Growth, right? There should be growth. So I can talk about characters and how they feel at the beginning. So yes, feeling is important.
Very, very important. All
All right, so now you guys, good job.
Everybody
Everybody
has
has
really good things on their
circle
circle.
chart. Now I'm going to build some background knowledge.
So
So you guys, even with the story, I'm going to do, what do you know about Pete, the cat, or what about a cat? See at the top, I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that. On the top of the circle chart, when I'm introducing a story, I'm going to say, what do we know about cats? If we're reading a book about cats. What do we know about dogs if we're reading a book about cats? What do we know about volcanoes if we're reading about an adventure about kids going to a volcano? What do we know? Back of prior knowledge, right? We need to give them an opportunity, but then we need to build the background knowledge before we even begin writing. So now think about this: prior knowledge, background knowledge, teach. Prior knowledge, what do you know about what we're going to be reading about? Background knowledge, kind of building this chart. I'm going to give you a little bit of information before we actually start reading the book and start writing. Does that make sense? All right, you guys, I think we go way too fast. I did. Transparent moment. Skipped a lot of things, said no right. And then they couldn't write, and I said, well, just write some more. And then I got the, and he ran, and he really ran, and he really ran.
because they don't know how to stretch their sentence. So
lots of things that we're doing as teachers because of our time component, that we've got to give ourselves some time to really think through, what are we teaching our kids and in what order? The other thing too is I'd like to know before I even go any further, because I keep in mind for your plan, how many minutes of writing do you have every day? For taught. How many minutes of writing do you do every day for taught?
Okay,
Let me tell you what I am experiencing in the classroom. I'm going to tell you what my recommendation is based on research, based on what I know kids need to have, and then you guys need to talk about what's going to work for you. My ideal is to have, for you folks, a minimum of 30 minutes every day. Not 2 days a week, not 3 days a week, okay? And I'm going to kind of step out on a limb here, and I'm going to tell you, I just don't know any core curriculum that does a good job of writing. So my writing is not going to be connected to reading in terms of how most core curriculum organize their writing. They add a writing component, and they're trying, and it's getting better, but I still do not know one new core curriculum who has done a really good job of aligning writing to the reading. So you guys can continue to follow the writing component of reading, but it's what I call crazy cycles. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, oh, 2 weeks of this, and then we put poetry in there, oh, let's do lines and squiggle line. I mean, it's all over the place. It's not aligned in the way that I think writing needs to be aligned. Now, I'm not saying you can't use the mentor text of your reading, but I would, and use some of their suggestions, but I would separate out your writing from your core curriculum. That's the thing you guys are gonna have to talk about, is what your core curriculum is for you. I think it needs to be separate, but then some benchmark. So I would separate out your writing time. So oftentimes you're reading, your literacy time is both reading and writing. Sometimes it's 90 minutes. Well, I don't know how you can do reading well with your phonics, all the phonics pieces that you have, and do writing. So to me, it means 90 minutes of reading, and you need another 30 minutes of writing. And I don't know that you can fit that in. So you're gonna have to figure that out as a district, because I think you need 90 minutes of reading and writing about reading. But you need another 30 minutes for those genres, those units of study. So you're gonna have to find another 30 minutes somewhere in your day to fit that in. I don't know that you can do it well when you add 90 minutes for your reading. That's gonna be something that's really, really hard. And again, I'm not saying that you can't use the strategies that benchmark or any of the others that you're using, depending on which core you're using, journeys, wonders, whatever that is. I still would separate that out, just simply for thought to think about. You need 30 minutes of writing somewhere. That's not necessarily connected to your reading. That's something to think about, if you can fit that in.
Would you, we'll build stamina at the beginning, starting with 15-20 minutes?
Oh. Okay, yes.
30, but
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. Absolutely, reading day one is gonna be 5 minutes for my kinders. It's like teaching them how to get up, how to even get their material. We're gonna do 5 minutes and then build to 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Eventually, kids will get to 30 at K1, but you're starting, maybe your first lesson is just introducing your, I've got pictures, I've got stories, and they're singing in my head, I wake them up, I write them down, and just share them with my friend. I gotta teach them that. That's my transition to get them to writing time, and my little phone that I do with that. That's day one. Let's just learn that, and it's only 5 minutes. So you're building stamina. But here's what I want you guys not to think about. You have to have a 30 minute Because if you don't, you won't get, you'll lose another thing. So I, make your 30 minutes your writing time, but then I'm gonna show you some things that you can do within that 30 minutes. That's all connected to writing, but you're still using the whole 30 minutes. But 5 minutes for this, and maybe 5 minutes for that. Oh, I'm gonna teach you how to draw a dog. Oh, we're gonna think about what dogs. I mean, there's a lot of things I can do in 30 minutes that kids can do. But yeah, start small, but build your 30 minutes every day. I like 45 minutes in first grade. Once you get really good at that, when first graders will go now before they wig out. They just, because it's so interactive and engaging, but 30 minutes is a good start. So making sure that you have that built into your time. If your principal, your administrator is the keeper of your lessons and what your time, your lesson plan for the week, you're gonna wanna go and have some conversations of what that looks like. Because if they're building it into the core, you're gonna have some holes down. There's gonna be just not enough time on anything. They kind of do a lot of different things. So that's just something else to think about. All right, so now the bottom part of this, now that we know we have to have a year-long time guide, we have to have a minimum of 30 minutes of writing time, correct? We need to have a mentor text that either I can pull from my core, or at every grade level, we just have a bank of books. I have a school district in Washington, where every grade level chose their 5 non-negotiable narrative books. Only 5, because again, I don't want to be told that I can't read that book if I feel like it'd be a great book to read in 3rd grade. I'm gonna use it for something different, but you guys, sometimes we say, you can't read that book because that's the book I do. When you should choose a book and do so many different things, and kids love to read good books more than once. But each grade level to start with has 5 books that they've chosen as their narrative retail books that they're gonna use for retelling. So you're gonna wanna think of that at each grade level. Which 5 kinder books? Which 5 first grade books? Which 5 are kind of off limits? So other teachers at least have 5 books that's gonna be their own. That's gonna be something else you wanna think about. What 5 books am I gonna use versus what 5 books first grade, second, and so forth. Okay, so now that we've talked about it, now we're gonna build the step before we actually start writing. So on the bottom, I'm gonna do some annotating with you. Annotating, even for my little kids, is pretty fun because they get to watch a video and we get to stop and talk about it and write what we know. So I'm gonna show you kind of the strategy here once I can minimize this. And I'm gonna pull my other thing up here. Not what I want, sorry. We're gonna watch a video. It's not very long, so I just want us to put our pencils down. I just want us to watch it the first time, and then the second time I'm gonna annotate. I'm gonna actually model what I do with kids. So here's an example. We're doing narrative writing, but if I was to be reading a book about cats, I would, at the top of the circle chart, say, what do we know about cats? And then I would show them, we would draw a cat, and we would watch a little video about cats before I read the book about the cats, right? Does that make sense? So that's the order that I'm doing it, okay? What do you know? Prior knowledge. Background knowledge. We're going to show a little video about what we're going to be reading about. And this can work with informative and narrative. And then we're going to stop and we're going to annotate text, which means we're going to watch a little bit. We're going to stop and write it down. Or with your little kiddo, sketch it, okay? So that's kind of the order before we even get into our reading of any kind of text. Okay, so we're just going to watch it to begin with. Teacher job, not good for them. I find one that would actually something together. But they're watching, they're adding a lot of sketches to this.
And we're gonna stop.
Now we're gonna take, now we're gonna do annotating, so I'm gonna come back. We've actually showed it, and you're it's gonna have an echo here for just a minute. Now what I'm gonna do, watch it once all the way through. And we're gonna watch it again, but I'm gonna stop, so that kids have a place to hold their thinking. You guys know, oftentimes we would do this as teachers. We make them watch the whole video and then they write. And what they can't remember the beginning of the video, the middle of the video, so usually they write what they learned at the end of the video. So you guys have to make time to stop and let them annotate their thinking before you move on. So I'm not gonna go very far. I'm gonna show you now a little piece, and I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna say, please respond, and you're gonna write something, okay? Now you're gonna dash and dot. So let me come back there for a minute so I can show you this. You're gonna dash and dot now. So down at the bottom, let me show you what this is gonna look like. You're going to write a detail. And then underneath it, you're gonna layer your thinking and give me something more. So the first one is, I think it was plot, right? I'm not gonna show you, but I would write, the first thing would be plot. And then what is something about plot that I need to know? Only one little nugget. That doesn't have complete sense if you were to write. So now you're gonna layer your thinking for your kids. I know. I'm sorry. It's gonna go away in just a minute. Oh, here we go. So you're gonna say, what's one thing I learned? And then I'm gonna layer my thinking and give me more information. Okay, so an example is it talks about plot. For the first one, let's just write that because we know plot was the first thing that they talked about. So we're gonna write plot. That's the first thing this author told us is really important for narrative writing. But they also gave us some more text-based evidence. They gave us some more information. So now I've got to write down a little word or phrase that tells me a little about, I don't know what plot is. So what did the author say about plot? Does that make sense? Give me one little nugget. You're going to do that a couple different times, right? Because there were four things that you needed to know. Is that making sense? Okay, now minimize this and we're going to start again. And then I'm going to stop so you have time to talk to your partner and write something. Would you write your plot, which we have, and then one thing that you think is important of all the things that this author said? And that's going to be not movie. Just choose one. And then I would write the name of this video because it's a good one, so I get to talk to with them. Okay, tell your partner who wrote. Lots of true top. What did you write? Which one would you think was most important? Okay. Boy, the two bottom ones are really important. I'm gonna kind of do this for a minute. Your K1 need to know what is the main event, and then also orders could be really important. Okay, so to me, those are the big dogs right here for K1. If they have to have an event that helps them kind of move their characters through the story, but then you know, there has to be a connection between the events that they do, because sometimes they'll do and they go off and write about something else. So they tend to veer off and go off in a different direction. We have to make sure that that's important. We got to be careful about giving kids a number too. With informative writing and opinion writing, there we can talk about, you know, 3 key ideas, but we don't really want to give kids a number on how many events that there are, because in narrative writing, you guys, there's way more events than in informative or opinion writing. So I don't like to give them a number. I like them to think across their hand. Well, how many events does your story have? Yours might have 4 events, but yours might have 2, and yours might have 7. So I don't like to give them a number when we talk about events. Don't give them a number. It depends on what they have to say and what the problem is. And then they get to figure out when they go across their hand what their events are going to be. So number wise. All right, let's go to the next one. Now we're in the second one. Let's see what the next part that's really important. Now we're talking about place.
There's your dash. Okay,
Okay, pick one. On this one, I'm gonna take the volume here. Gosh, your 5 senses are really important when we talk about describing the place. It's the when, there's 2 things you have to really think about on the place. It's the when and the where. Kids really understand where, but they don't understand when, which is time. Early one morning in the cottage, in the forest. Ooh, now there's my where and my when. Early one afternoon in the forest near the cottage. You see what I've just done? I've given everyone, I've just now stretched my story to talk about the where and the when. Really important in narrative writing. Normally we just talk about where was the character at? They were in the park. But when? Was it morning? Was it afternoon? Was it in the evening time? Was it late at night? Or was it in the middle of the night? We need our kids to really identify the where and the when. So there's your place. Okay, ready for the next one.
Okay, let's talk about this one really quickly.
There we go. Let me stop that. Okay, here we go.
Um,
On the character, there are a couple things that I want to mention here. 2 things. Number 1, character with a goal. So you have to write, now you're going to talk about your character being a character with a goal. We talked about elements of fiction. We talk about who's the character in your story, but no, I want them to go beyond just character. I want them to know their character and their character has a goal. So it's a character with a goal. That's going to be really important. Okay. The second thing that you can add for your notes is I want your kids to start thinking about the outside story of that character and the inside story of that character. Let me tell you the difference between the 2. Outside, physical characteristics, what they look like, how tall they are, what the color of their skin is, do they wear glasses, what do they look like? Physical characteristics, I want them to nail that down. We're going to practice that too today. The other part is the inside story. Characteristics like are they kind? Are they generous? Are they a little bit like a bully inside? How are they inside? So those are really important things that how we're going to really define what they look like and how they are in terms of characteristics, in terms of personality. Okay, so those would be the 2 things. All right, next one.
Stop there.
Let's go back there on that one. Let's see what you guys, tell your partner what you added. Tell your partner what you added on conflict. There's an extra lots of talking. Okay, would you write the word problem? So another word for the conflict is the problem. So it's really problem and solution. Problem. So all of these you guys in writing are totally reading skills. When we talk about what's the problem and how that character solves that problem. Again, we want to make sure they know what a good book is like so that they can stand on the shoulders of that author and write a really good story, just like Patricia Polacco or Dab Pilkey, all the ones, you know, Kevin Hakey, all the ones that we read about. Okay, so conflict, problem, solution. All right, last one, and then we'll take a break.
really important. Let's stop on this. This is really important. I think we do, as teachers, we have to do a better job of making sure that, because you guys, this is inferred. There's not many authors of picture books who will tell you what the theme or the message is, but we have to be building, thinking about that all the time. What's the message and the theme of our story? There has to be purpose to our story. Would you write that?
There needs to be a purpose to our story.
What is the message? What is the lesson? Again, that's a reading skill, but you guys, it's an important writing component. So this is why I don't do narrative writing for a while, because there's just so many things I need to teach during my reading time before they can even understand how to write a story. So going too quickly is not what we do here. So really the theme, and in fact, talking about the theme and message over and over again. And before they write, they really have to kind of have an idea of what is the message of your, I would like to say, you have a character with a goal. What do you think this message is going to be for this character? Start there.
You guys don't have to wait till the end. But start with that. Who's your character with a goal? What message do you think this character wants to teach the characters around her in her story? I think it's a good one to start with. Who's your character with a goal? And what's their message? Their thing. Maybe talk about that. So in reading, you guys, for a while, read a book, I'm gonna say character with the message. Who's their character with their message? Who's their character with the message? I'm gonna repeat. So you're gonna have to really scaffold out your own fiction and not like once. We know we have to do character study problems, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna start with the character until they know who the character is. And then I'm gonna add in, and then the character study. And then I'm gonna add in the next thing, and then I'm gonna scaffold that. I'm not giving them all things at once. That's the point for you guys. So they're really clear about that. All right, before you leave, what's one new learning that you've gotten this morning, either in your thinking or strategy, something new you learned before we take our 10-minute break? All right, turn top. That's your exit out the door for a quick 10-minute break. Hey, go take a 10-minute break, guys. Walk and talk, but just up and move, and we'll be back here in about 10, 12. Level. I'm going to tell you this is winner chicken dinner, because it gives you the first 15 days of writer's workshop. It actually scripts it for you. Now here's this book. I love it. It gives the first chapter is about Anne's background. But this book is divided into two parts. It has a part for your K2 and a part for your 2-5. So it's one book everybody can have. And I would definitely use it because it gives you the lessons for the first 15 days of writing. So it's not only the Lake Washington, I would start here before I went to Lake Washington. If I was to do, if I had to pick. You're gonna need to look at all your resources. Remember, step up if you're step up for writing school. I need to show you which strategies to pull out of step up for narrative. But this one and the talking drawing writing would be two really good books to use. The other thing for my new one is you have to teach your kids how to draw. That's gonna be really important. So you need for a while, you need to teach them how to draw people, how to draw animals, how to draw buildings, how to draw cars. I even have a center between learning centers. I used to do learning centers in my classroom. I always have a drawing center with videos that they can actually watch. I just go onto YouTube. I have a couple of favorites on YouTube that I like. It's very simple. So again, reading back, so we can be drawing it back. If they're gonna be writing, if they're reading a story about ducks, they're gonna be drawing ducks, right?
And they're gonna be drawing scenes. That's another word. You need to teach them how to draw scenes.
Okay, because scenes is what creates a deeper story, because now you've got the character in the park with the fountain, with the tree, with the dogs, with all of those matters. When we're talking about the scene, we're not talking about just about drawing the character. My kids have to fill the box. They have to fill the box. So you guys write and say that. Students, you have to fill the box, because our kids like to just draw one thing. But they have to draw character, make a note, character and setting. Character and setting, start with that. Character, where's our character at? And what, and when? Because I have to teach them. Is it in the morning? Is the sun up? Is it in the afternoon? Are the clouds in the sky? Is it at night? It's dark. Are you inside the house? Outside the house? Guys, elaboration, teaching them to fill the box. So if there shouldn't be any white unless whatever they're drawing is white, like clouds. It needs to be filled in. So you have to teach them how to color, right? So you guys don't go too deep in terms of all the things I teach them about narrative, like fiction. Teach them how to sketch and label and to fill in the box and then how to color and stay in line. So colors are huge for you guys. Came on, you guys teach them how to color. That sounds pretty primary, but a lot of kids come to the table with no lap time and no home time. And a lot of screen time, right? So you have to teach them how to color. So number one, coloring books. Teach them to start big things and then start to get a little bit more stressed. They need to have coloring books to be in writing their color. That seems kind of odd, right? Not to me anymore. Coloring is writing, because that's part of what they're gonna have to do when they write. So coloring and staying inside the lines is part of writing. Books, the Bergen books, How to Draw by lots of Bergen, B-R-G-I-N, Bergen. His books are amazing, right? How to draw princesses, how to draw dragons, how to draw. He's got a whole set of Bergen books on how to draw. I would put those books in your drawing center, because when they go to that center, they're drawing. Teaching them how to draw. Talking drawing writing does a really good job of teaching kids how to draw a body. I don't like stick figures anymore, because the stick figure tells us nothing about that character. You have to teach them how to draw a character. Do I know a body? Yeah, real quick. So anyway, write that book down if you need that book. But really quick, when we're talking about sketching, because that's so important, let's draw a body. Everybody take a white piece of paper, blank piece of paper. I'm going to show you an easy way to draw a body. It's so fun. I love it. Okay, and then in the talking drawing writing, it actually gives you other ways. Okay, so a body is, you're thinking of a body in terms of seven tenths, like seven. Like there's the body, the head is 1/7 of the bottom of the 1/7 head. And then we're going to draw a bigger circle, that's 3/7. And then our legs, we're just going to do this to begin with. This is how I teach my kids how to draw a person. 3/7. Okay, there's my, okay, then I'm going to draw, I got to do my arms, right? So we're going to draw our arms, just basic like this. Okay, now let's add our hands. And I'm not an artist. I have a friend who's the artist, and I always make her draw things for me because she's so good. But my kids need to know that I'm not very good at it. And sometimes they're better, and I make them come up. And then we got what? Feet down here. So let's do our little shoes. Okay. Okay, now you got to decide, we're going to make this a boy. Okay, this is a boy from my book, The Invisible Boy. So we're going to do a boy. So I wanted to make it look like my boy. So my boy has ears, so let's get our ears on there. And my boy has really sharp, like almost like a lot of hair up on the top of his head. So we got to get our hair in there. We got to get our eyes in there, right? And our eyebrows make a difference on how they feel. Our eyebrows tell us how you feel, whether they're happy or sad or questioning something. They get our nose, and then our face is my boy. Well, my boy's a little sad right now. The invisible boy, he's sad because he doesn't have many friends. But my boy also has glasses, so we got to get glasses. See, now I'm getting to know more about my character, the invisible boy. Okay, but now I can add things to my face.
But now I can go, okay, I gotta get a shirt. He's a boy and he loves t-shirts. So guess right on here. Woo, look at, I can cover his body. I gotta teach him how to do that little square, right? And there's little buttons here. You can add even to it. Here's my sleeve, right? And take your highlighter, any color, and now we're gonna have a green shirt. Okay, this boy loves green. Green's his favorite color. It's his favorite team sport. And now we gotta get pants on there, right? Now this boy is really into, so he's not gonna have long pants on because he's kind of into sports. So he's gonna have some shorts because he's really into sports. And he likes yellow, so we're gonna highlight that yellow. Do you see how easy it is to teach him how, you guys, one lesson is teaching him how to drive a person that said something about him. He has shorts, he has glasses. I might even say, oh, because we know he likes sports, we're gonna have a picture of a ball here, because that's gonna help me know a little bit more about that character. Does that make sense? And then I also have to do, you guys, another book that you need is called The Color of Us. And it's all about the different colors that kids are, that people are. It's called The Color of Us. You need that. And also something at Walmart right now, go get the colors, the box of crayons is all about the browns and the color of skin. There's a name for it. But it's a crayon box that just has different shades of browns and skin box. It's the skin colors. My kids have to have that because I want to know what color skin he is. He has. Because they're not all white, that's for sure. Some of it's the color of caramel. Some of it's the color of dark chocolate. Some of us are the color of cinnamon. Some of us are the color of salt. Not really, but that's pretty white. But maybe. You see what I'm doing? Color of Us. Read that. Because you're going to want to color in this person based on what they really look like. Okay, Color of Us. You want to make sure you're doing that. And then maybe adding some things that tell me about that character. Okay, now I want you to do it again with your partner. Do another one, but give me a girl. And this time I'm going to have you a girl with spunk. See if you can give me some text-based evidence, some hints, clues that gives me a girl. So start with your three circles. Circle, 1/7, body, 3/7, legs, 3/7, but now make it a girl. That's a girl with spunk. What kind of things am I gonna add to make that girl a girl with spunk? So I'm gonna have you do spunk, but I'm gonna be in your head thinking about some character traits of this character, see if your partner can actually, based on your drawings, can tell you a little bit about your character based on what you wrote, what you drew. If you can draw a girl that has some spunk, that's very unique. What clues am I gonna add to my picture to help the reader know that it is my character with spunk? Good job. See how easy it is to teach kids how to draw, and then we get away from the stick figures. If I were you, would have the principal come in and have him sit for the kids to draw. That's what I would do. Invite the principal in and have a drawing. Say, now, once I know how to draw a girl with a boy body, then you're gonna have the principal come in, and then they're gonna draw the principal. They did meet through me, and oh, you guys, it was hilarious what they drew and what they thought. It was pretty funny. So I have to be able to know from your picture a little bit about that character. Right away, I know your character was a goal. I have a feeling I can tell that story. Okay, you guys, up here too. This is the books that I would try to get in my classroom. I'm just on Amazon, I'm showing you. They're by Mark
Bergen, B-E-R-G-I-N.
so you can kind of see on, I just pulled this up from Amazon. I have a whole set of them that I just put on the table. So it's like sea creatures, car, planes, and trains. He's got a whole set of books
that
I would definitely get for
your
drawing center. Because it really is easy for them to follow these books and actually draw some of these things that you need them to be able to draw. So it's by Mark Bergen, B-E-R-G-I-N, as another resource guide. I know some of you are part of some grants in the state of Oregon. I know if you are a grant school, hopefully maybe they have some budgeted money for purchasing some resources for literacy. This would be a great way to use that money. So anyway, those are just two examples. That's what they look like, little books that I'd have in your drawing center. All right, show your drawing to your partner and see if your partner can describe your character based on your sketching. Go. See if they can figure out a little bit about your character based on your sketch.
Yeah.
I think you're here for most fun.
I'm not. Claw. The elbow shoes.
The talking drawing writing book really goes into how to show how to draw. Once they have the circles, then you can manipulate the arms and the legs and do like holding hands, crisscross applesauce, running, jumping. So once they know the basic body, then talking drawing writing does a really good job of giving you some examples of how to change the character in different ways, like how to show them sitting or how to show them, running. Those kinds of things. So that I just wanted to show you. But then the color bus is really good for color. All right, was everybody raise your hand if you guessed correctly on your partner's picture? You could kind of say something about them. Would you? Okay, remember that's what we want. The picture has to say something. Fill the box. Also, where is your character at? Fill in the trees, fill in the background. That's the scene. So make sure you use that word scene. What's your scene? S-C-E-N-E. What's your scene? When you're filling in your character and the setting, remember, character with the goal, setting the where and the when, okay? Character with the goal, setting the where and the when. Okay, that's important. And then your character has to mean something to someone. So how am I going to help my kids with that? I have some examples of kinders doing this. And so if you are one of those that are going, I don't think my kinders can do this, I want to show you, I've got some examples, really good examples of kinders being able to do this and do this well. So are you still going to get some stick figures? Yes, absolutely. That I'm not going to say don't do that. I'm going to say, okay, I noticed today, this is what I would say to my kiddos. I have 3 kids that are still doing stick figures. I'll say, hey kiddos, writers, I like to call them writers when we're writing. Hey writers, I know that some of us are still not really portraying our characters. So let's do another practice on what a body looks like. See, I'm not going to point out the 3 that don't have it. We're just going to practice it again. Okay. And then in the center, they're practicing what? Body. Yeah, I'm going to try to teach that instead of saying, no, you can't do that. All right, so good job. All right, let's go to the next page in your packet, just like this. Would you pull this up? I want us to start, I kind of want to talk about what the phases are of writing. So I'm going to have you pull out for just a minute. But before we do begin, another thing that I would like you to think about, this is also just, instructional routines that I think are really important. Every time you start writing, folks, you need to tell your kids what the target is. Okay, and I know that I'm in classrooms all the time where we're not really telling kids what the target is. So those I can statements are really important. So I'm going to change the I can statement, not just to identify the standard, but I want them to know what the skills and the strategies I'm going to use as well. And I know that's a lot for K1, but they need to hear it. So I always start with an I can statement when I'm doing any of my subjects. We're going to talk about writing. And what I want kids to know is what kind of writing they're doing and what strategy they're going to use. That's a biggie. Okay, so do my kids know the strategy I'm trying to teach them? That's going to be really important. So I do it in two different ways. I have some schools that do the green, yellow, and red because it matches step up and there's a real organization to it. But I also have schools that just do an I can statement. In most classrooms, most teachers put up I can statements that are not owned by them, nor are they owned by kids. Think about that. And your kids tell you your I can statement. So oftentimes we put it up, me included, because it's a hoop I need to go through because my principal said, you know, your I can statement on your board, right? I'm looking at it differently. I want I can statements as my bell ringer and my exit strategy. So I always want to start with my bell ringer. What's our target today, boys and girls? Writers, what's our target today? And what strategy are we going to learn today? And then I'm going to teach it. And then at the end, I'm going to say, oh, writers, what was our target today? Did we make it? Tell your partner what you learned today. You see, I'm always going to start with saying what my target is, teach to my target, and then my exit strategy, I'm going to close up the learning loop, and I'm going to say, now let's think about it. Did we hit our target today? Tell your partner something new you learned today, something very simple, and then now we're ready for math. We're ready to go out to lunch. You see what we're doing? So I'd like you to be thinking of learning targets, your I can statement. And before I do this, I want you to talk to your partner. Are you consistent with sharing your I can statement with your students? Do they own them or not? Let's kind of put some real honest feelings here. What are you doing with your I can statements when you start teaching your writing? We're going to talk real quick. Is it something you've gotten into a habit of doing?
In a short window.
Okay, here's an example of what I would do if I was starting out with narrative, beginning, middle, and end. If I was wanting them to start retelling, this is what my learning objective for kinder would be. Okay, and this is one for today, so let's just go over this so you can kind of see. The T, writing, narrative writing, that's our topic. That's what we're going to be focusing on today. When you go to the star, you guys, the star are the skills that we're going to work on. Okay, so this is totally different than the activity. Because if you ask the kids what they did, they're going to give you the activity. We read a book. We played a game. It's more activity based. I want activity to do a lot of things to think about. I want you to think of what skills Westerberg teaching you and what strategies are you going to be learning today. That's my goal today. All year long. So I'm going to start out by saying, and I'll give you two different ways of doing it. Because oftentimes my upper grades like the top part, but my lower grades like the I can statement. My I can statement is a little bit different. Here's an example of a K. I can retell a story. Boys and girls, what's our target today? Oh, say that with more emphasis and more energy. Ready, go do it again.
I can reach out.
That's our target today, that's our learning objective. And then I'm gonna keep it on the wall.
Now, my older kids, now I'm gonna add a little bit more. Now, this is just the standard, but look at this one. Look at the difference between the two. Retell, that's a reading standard, right?
But
I need it as a foundation for narrative writing.
And
Start here first before doing narrative writing. Now, what's the difference between the two? This is the one I really like because I'm adding to the entire part. What did I add here? The strategy.
So
So now I want my kids to tell me skill and strategy, not activity. I don't want them to tell me read something today. I want them to say, we learned retell and we learned a strategy called the BME strategy. That's what I want them to take to the next grade level. Does that make sense? The BME is something I can do all the way through all grade levels. It's going to look different for kinder than it is fifth grade, but it's less the same strategy. So our new I can thing is, I can retell a story. Your turn. By using the BME strategy. Sometimes they have it on their desk, so this is the other thing that I employ K1. Their power finger. Okay, so they have to, when I'm doing choral reading, time and text, and choral reading and reading together. When I'm employing those strategies, they have to have their power finger, because I'll go, when I stop, you have to read what I stop at. And you're gonna use your power fingers, so we're doing it all together. So ready, go. I can just stop. When I stop, you just read that word. I can a story by using the strategy. Do you see how I'm teaching them to read it with me, but it's a lot, it's guided, and it's having them use their power fingers. Power fingers is a big deal, especially if you're trying to do choral reading or partner reading. They have to be able to follow along with you by using a power finger. So that's another big thing that I employ for reading. Because they're going to have to read this with me. And notice how I repeat it. I can, my turn, then your turn. My turn, I can, your turn. Retell a story by using the BME strategy. See, I can do my turn, your turn, or when they see my hand, that means your turn all together. Make sure, I didn't do this, you guys, the first probably 10 years, because I didn't really know how important it was. And I had no one to tell me that I needed to, other than this goes report. But I never followed it, and I never had kids review it. This is not for you, it's for who? So they know the why. They know why they're doing this, because they have to be BME and they have to know the strategies and have to both reading and writing. So really important that you guys can figure out how to do these objectives. Most schools, they start with literacy before they do everything, but I have schools who do, and I can't say it for the big dog, like reading, writing, math, and to start with, because it's a lot. But no, guys, teachers will say they will I think teachers for 2 weeks. Don't need to change much, maybe the strategy might change, not really the whole thing. It's really easy. I don't start at 11 if I do this, and I don't end at 11 if I do this. It's just practice, but I didn't have the time. It took me a while to get into the habit of just doing it. And so when I came to model lessons, I start with it. I end up learn before they do something else. Yeah.
I've even had teachers who use the learning objective, even with the blank piece of paper, when they're doing characterization or sequencing, put that learning objective at the top, so that they see it multiple times, multiple places. Plus they hear your teaching saying it too.
I love it. Love the idea that it's visible for them. I like to keep it on the board and review. If you're doing PowerPoints, I have teachers who will put it on the bottom of every PowerPoint slide. They'll keep that on the bottom. So if you're upper grade level, if they're doing lots of PowerPoint instruction, they can't just put it on the first page and then it'd be gone, because it's not, again, it's not for them. I make them, if you're gonna do if you don't want to write it on the board, and you have a PowerPoint that you're using, then on every slide has what? You have to repeat that whatever objective you're shooting for that day. That's gonna be really important. But I wanted to show you guys doing that. I want you thinking about, to start with, choose content, maybe just writing. If you don't have someone who doesn't care, or it's really asking you to do that, I would like to raise the bar for you. And at least for reading and writing, that you start building in at least one I can statement, but that you share it at the beginning of the lesson and you exit with it, okay? That's gonna be really important, because the exit strategy is to close that learning loop back.
So make sure that you're doing it at the beginning. Here's what we're focusing on, kiddos. Teach to that, and then at the end, before you guys run out of time, that's the problem with the bell ring, or an exit strategy. You guys run out of time. Give yourself a couple minutes to say, before we can move on, we've got to close the learning loop, kiddos. Let's review our objective. Did we do it today? What did we do? Yeah.
Think about objectives. Whatever.
Oh my gosh.
I can.
Oh. Would you just stand and show them that? Yes, because the more modality, multi-sensory things, that's why I love step up, because of the modality and the multi-sensory things that we do. Look at this, you guys, great, show up.
Well, I just.
But you did it, but I think doing your sign language for that is fabulous, so just do what you did with me, because it's beautiful, we can all do it. You do it once, and you're gonna teach us how to do it.
I can retell the story again.
I can retell the story, so show again what that looks like. I can retell.
And this is story.
Story. Everybody ready? Let's do it. Ready, go. I can retell. Woo! Do it one more time. Do it one more time. I got goosebumps. Thank you so much. So one more time with your partner, because at the end, you're gonna have to do it. It's gonna be great to teach kids. But then what? And then add in.
Oh, this is again.
Again. All of this. Be doing that. I can retell. Speaking retell. I love you guys. I learn something new every time I come to these, and I get so excited. That's brilliant. Yes. And then again and again. Love it. Yes. Perfect. This is again. Love it. All right. So tell your partner to do differently for objective. Tell your partner, you gotta commit to it. What are you gonna do? Tell your partner what you're gonna commit to.
Exit strategy.
In one school, we started with the green, yellow. This was in elementary school, you guys. We started with not I can't statements, but with the green, yellow, and because we were doing step up, we wanted to kind of be consistent with the symbols and the colors. I have to tell you, in one building in Helena, Montana, every teacher was taught how to put up their objective, and we when we did our walkthroughs for the first couple of years, it was 60% maybe did it. Some teachers still didn't. Even though the administrative said everyone needs to have it. But by year 3, you guys, we had 100% classrooms using the same color coding. So they didn't do the I can, they did the T star dash dot. And in any classroom you went into, in any special ed class, if you guys have, if you get some suggestions for special ed and how to do it, I will talk to you guys separately on how their departments did their special ed and their interventions, how they actually did their learn objectives. That was amazing on a flip chart they just used with their kids. So you can still do it even if you're an intervention teacher or a special ed teacher. But if you were to go into that building, guys, and you walk into any classroom, they would have the T, the star, the dash, the dot, every classroom for literacy. Pretty powerful. So every time I walked in, I got to check that off. Objective, which by the way keeps us really focused on what we need to do for the day, which is that's another thing to think about. All right, so how to reach every child. Think about the comments. What common things need to be in play? Take a sticky note. Everybody take a sticky note. We're gonna do a think, ink, compare, share. So grab a sticky note on your table. And I write T equal common on the top of your sticky note. T equals common. Okay. And then underneath it, we give me stars. Give me 3 or 4 stars. And I always like to leave a little bit of room between my stars because they make a note. So you're gonna have T equals commons, and you're gonna have some stars.
And pencil down.
Okay, so in terms of literacy, really even not just writing, but reading, anything.
There needs to be some commons that are in place in our building.
Things that we all should be doing.
Okay?
Common.
That's gonna help our kids with achievement, both reading and in writing.
What
are those commons? I'm gonna give you one to just start the juices flowing. Vocabulary, right? The first star is vocabulary.
We
all need to have a focus on vocabulary for our young kids, for all of our kids, if they don't have a background knowledge and they don't have a bank of vocabulary, that impacts both reading and writing.
So
we have to have common vocabulary. We have to be speaking the same thing.
If
If we're gonna use green, yellow, red, we all need to know what green, yellow, and red means. We have to call things the same name. Not everything, no, it doesn't have to be rote, but there are some things that we all have to call the same. If we don't, kids don't know it, and they're gonna go with their instructions.
So
The vocabulary is one thing.
Right
Now,
with
with
your
the
table, when you talk through, put
pencil
them
down
now.
now.
What would be some other comments before you write,
because they ink
before
before
you
you
can
can
share,
share,
we
we
kind
kind
of
of
talk
talk
about
about
we
what
do
we
it.
do.
What are some things that are important that every building should have as comments? Turn it top, just talk through. And you're just talking through some of the things. What do you think? Hey,
Let's
let's
see
see
if you agree with me.
This
This is where you get to annotate and write. If you already have it, that's a check. If you don't have it, you're gonna do a plus, you're gonna add. Okay, so one thing that you need, obviously this is not working for me, which I don't know why, but we'll do it this way. Okay, so the first thing, you guys, is common language. You don't have common language, get that on yours. Okay, vocabulary is different than language. Okay, now the other thing that's kind of coupled with common language is common high expectations. Does anybody have that, Richard, if you actually said that? We have to have not expectations, guys, but high expectations, and there's a reason for high expectations. We don't want the bar to be here, you guys. Because think of our special ed kids, they're never gonna make it. They may get here, but they'll never get here. But if I raise the bar, my kids down here, hopefully will get here. You see the difference here? So we have to all have high expectations, and then we need to teach to those high expectations, because here, then it's gonna stop our lower kids. And then think about our what I call my high flyers, my blue kids. It stops them right here. No. Always challenging them to give you more, so that you're meeting the needs for your green and your blue kids, but now you're making your kids that are here at least go up a little bit more. So common language coupled with high expectations. Some of you had that. Nice job. Let's see the next one. What else do we know that needs to be? There's your high expectations. Those two, I'm gonna give you some others, because this is the only one that equals success. So some of the others, which isn't on this, is common assessments. Did you write assessments? Common assessments. Not all assessments need to be the same, but common assessments. How are we assessing kids in writing? And how are we assessing kids in reading? Are we using the same kind of questioning that your state uses? I would recommend that.
if they're assessing in a certain way,
we should probably be teaching to the test. And some of you go, we should be teaching the test. Guys, we teach the test every day. We teach our tests in our classroom every day. Why are we not teaching to that test that they're going to be having in third grade? We need to be teaching to the test. We need to be looking at the kinds of questions that they're asking, the kinds of prompts that they're asking, and we can bring them into our classroom. So that when they get to that assessment, they're afraid of that. That's going to be really important. So common assessments. Common strategy is another one. That's yours. I want to talk about that. Really important.
Is there a strategy in your building?
Think about this one.
Is there a strategy in your building that
every grade level uses? Is there a strategy you know that everyone uses in your building? Pretty quiet. It's pretty thin here. I'm seeing some like eyes that tell me
not. I'm hearing some quietness, meaning
I'm not even sure I know, right? Maybe we don't even know. But by the way, that's a problem if you don't know. Because don't you think that means we need to have more conversations with the people with the grade levels above us and the grade levels below us, so we know that there's more alignment? You guys, there's an issue in education that we be so much better at alignment, you guys. We have to have alignment. So that kids know from grade level to grade level what are those key strategies that are going to help me know those skills. The strategies connected to the skill. If the skills retelling, they need to know how to be me. But not just in kindergarten, first grade. They need to be doing it in second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. You see? Note taking. Is there note taking in your building? You guys know it?
Oh my heavens! Important. We need to have a note taking right?
The kinders can do, and the fifth graders can do. There is some research, you guys, and I know I've shared this before. So are we kind of supposed to do, by the way, just on this?
I love it.
It's okay. I like that we have work, and then we've got kind of this target. One of the things that I would like to share right now is this number, because this is really powerful. When you look at this number, let me grab another piece of paper here that I can show you. The numbers that you need to be aware of. I'm gonna exit, grab my sheet here. I'm going to write the numbers 5, 10, 100, and 1,000. And then down below, I want you to give me a 25 and circle that. This is research-based, you guys. And this is on T equals the amount of hits that kids need, okay? So when I talk about hits, I'm talking about instruction. Hits on a specific skill. Hits on a specific strategy, okay? So when I talk about hits, that means how many times I'm going to have to teach it, how many times I have to model it, how many times my kids have to do it. There is some research that says about 5% of your kids need up to 5 hits on something before they own it. So about 5% of your kids, not many. Some years I didn't have any, by the way, that were here. Where they could only see something 1 to 5 times and they got it. Can you see it in your head? Where you only have to say it once and they get it and off they go. And do you have kids in a classroom who go, got that deer in the headlight look like have no clue? And you might say it 3 times and you might say I've said that 3 times and they still don't get it, right? This plays an important part. There are some kids in a classroom who only need up to 5 hits before they own it, before they know how to do the BME. There's another about, you guys, 10% of your kids, 10 to 15%, are in the 10 range, 10 hits on something before they get it. You guys, the majority of your kids need 100 hits before they own it and before it becomes a part of their schema. If I'm the only one teaching a BME at 2nd grade, are they going to ever get it? And when they go to 3rd grade, they're going to lose it, right? So this is important for alignment. 70% of our kids need up to 100 hits on anything before it becomes something they can move and do independently as a part of their schema. Guys, that's daunting for me. If I don't help, I don't have help. This is why you guys, K1 is so important here. You guys get to start this, but it can't stop after you guys. So this is where that conversation is. What does two column notes look like for me at kinder and first, and what does two column notes look like for third, fourth, and fifth? It's still the same strategy. It's going to look different based on the grade level. But by the way, you guys, there are some kids who need 1,000 hits before they own it. Pretty powerful. Okay, now let's just put this in perspective over here. I'm not a special ed student, but if I learn something new, like if I'm in something like technology, I'm here. I need a lot of hits because technology is a pain in my backside. And my husband, by the way, is a 5. And he'll go, I already showed you how to do that, Yolanda. And I go, I know, but I need to show you, you need to show me again. Yolanda, just push that button. Nick, I don't know which button to push. Come here and show me which button to push. How many steps do I need to do? Yolanda, I've already done this with you. That's my husband. And we as teachers, do we do that kind of? I've already shown you how to do it. Go do it. Whereas you have to remember there's a Yolanda in your classroom who needs you to what? But what makes it easier, you guys, is if I start this process at kindergarten and I get to do it at first grade and I get to do it at second grade and I get to do it at third grade, by the time they leave fifth grade, they're going to be ready for middle school. Does that make so much sense, you guys? So you guys are really important for foundations. What do I need to do? And yours a building, what you need to say, you can do everything, but as a building, could we have a goal? An intentional goal, an intentional target. Say today, this year, we're all going to make sure our kids do this, this, and this. No more than 3. Wouldn't that be better than having us do 20 things that no one ever really knows and goes deeply on? That's the point of that. All right, turn and talk. How are your feelings about this? Yay or nay? What are your feelings about this idea of how many hits our kids need to have?
That's what I'm. Sure.
Okay, what would be one goal you want to take back to your teachers on this one? What's your one goal that you think you'd want to take back to your teachers if you could? If you have the power to take something back, it would be really important to be so far. We have one administrator in the building. Guys, we should give him, everybody give our one administrator a round of applause.
We don't often have administrators that are technical leaders of this, so I know some of you feel like you have no power, because you gotta go back and go, okay, how do I share this, and what would be the most important for staff? But I think you need to have start having that conversation, feeling free enough and brave enough to say, hey, John, hey, Sam, hey, Mary, what should we do? And it all should be based on data. So you guys, it's all based on data. If your data's good, then you just keep doing what you're doing. But if your data is not where it needs to be, then what's that telling you guys? Change is hard for us, I know. And on top of everything else you're doing in terms of math and this, now you guys have science and reading, and that's a huge big thing. All we're educators, we have science and reading, that's a lot, and that's hard. And writing is a part of that component when we talk about science and reading as well, writing is important, but I'll tell you, this is really, really hard, but change has to happen. If you're the only one that's doing it in your classroom, it benefits your kids, but it benefits and kids, we teach kids to learn in the we teach kids to stay in the short term. I only have to know it from Mrs. Westerberg, because when I go to Mr. Hildahl, you got colors, you got writing. You see what we're doing, kids? If we're not all increasing writing. And the other thing too, I think that my dog on the porch, my crystal dog on the porch is sometimes writing takes a back step to reading. And writing is as important as reading. They go hand in hand. And oftentimes in building, reading is important and writing is, if you have time, it can't be that way. It's gotta be connected. That's so important to do that. So,
All right, tell your partner what you need to do.
When
Go back to the what's one new thing you're gonna tell your administrator, tell your partner real quick. What are you gonna tell them? You guys tell your administrator at the table right there.
Yeah. I want that. Sure enough, yes. Every class. This is not true. Student readings. First day of writing. Reads those, and it's been- Right.
Okay, the eyes back up here, 3, 2, and 1. I kind of want to start talking about phases of instruction and what our expectations are. So we talk about remember common expectations. Now, normally, you guys, did you find this sheet that's in your packet? It's organization of a narrative piece of writing. It's the continuum that I want you guys to look at. Would you guys pull that in front of you? Okay, now, normally, you guys, I don't like to do, I put a grade level on it. Because then we kind of get stuck on the grade level and we aren't differentiating. So I, instead of saying K1, this is where you should be, or 2-5, this is where you should be, I'm doing now phases. And the reason I'm calling it phases instead of grade level is so that we're differentiating meeting the needs of all our kids. Because I don't want my kids who are blue to be stuck on phase 1 when they truly can do phase 2, right? So that's why I don't necessarily put grade levels, but for you, if I was to put a grade level, phase 1 is K. Really, truly, that's where I'm starting. And I'm starting with what I call a one-pager. So you guys can take notes, and you guys, I want you to write all over these. And if you need a clean copy, I will, they're going to be on the website, correct, Jason?
Yep.
I'm gonna have you sometime today tell them where everything's at, but if you can't find it on the website, then you can email me and I'll send you the packet again and send you what you need. Okay, so just know I will share all of this, but I want you to write all over this. I want you to have an example. So this is your one page, what I call a one pager, where it's going to look like this document. I'm going to show you in just a minute what it looks like, where there's a box where they can sketch and label. This is where I want. I don't want just a box with sketch that just has a big blank space. It's sketch and label. And I also want them to know that they're going to also write sentences. When they're ready to start writing sentences, those sentences will come down below. Kinder, it may just be sketching and labeling, and it might be a lot of zigzagging letters, depending on what they come to the table with. But I'm okay with the kinder just giving you sketching. But here's the point. They have to label their pictures. with beginning sound, medial sound, ending sound. They have to label. You do not label for them. You do not write for them. They have to do the heavy lifting, you guys. So if this is the cat, they have to tell me what letter they hear. And some kids it may be zigzag. Some kids it may be the K. Some kids it might be the C. I have to teach them that sound has different letters, right? When we talk about phonics and awareness and phonics instruction. This is where my sound spelling card needs to come out. My spelling sound card needs to come out so I can say, what letters make that sound? But they have to label. I like beginning, end sound, and then medial. That's how I kind of do it. Give me that beginning sound, give me that end sound. KT, cat, or CT, cat. Eventually, I got to work on beginning sound, medial sound, end sound. That's all my phonics instructions, guys, in order for them to be able to label. Teachers oftentimes, because kids come and say, I don't know how to spell that, do not spell for them. Get them to do the heavy lifting. What sound do you hear? And start with that beginning sound. Do not write for them, at least not during writing time. I do shared writing, interactive writing and dictating where I'm helping them. But when it comes to writing, do not write for them, because who's the writer then who's writing? Who's the writer if you're writing? You are. And then they always, every year go, how do you, Mrs. Westerberg, how do you write that? How do you spell that? Would you spell that for me? I don't know how to spell that word. You see what we're doing here by spelling for them? Sometimes I will write what their picture says on a sticky note and put it on the back, just so I know what the picture is, because sometimes they don't know. But I don't ever write it on their paper. That's going to be really important, okay? So now, what am I asked to begin with for the writing? To draw the character. That's the character. This is one thing that I want. Give me, draw the character and tell me something about the character. Okay, so one thing that they could do is to just draw the character. The other thing is to draw a scene, what's happening, like an event. So I'll say, who's our character? And I always like to add the setting here too on this one. Remember when they fill the page, they have to fill the page. Or they can just sketch and label one scene. Not every scene, but one scene. So this is where you're starting. You're just teaching them to sketch and label. We're going to start with just sketching the character and the setting, the where and the when. But eventually, I want them to just say, what's your favorite part of the book? What's your favorite scene? If they know what that word scene means, right? So that's phase one. Okay, now let's go to phase two. At phase two, it's really first grade, but again, some of my kinders are ready to go here. And this is what we call a storyboard. Okay, so it's a storyboard that's focusing on the skill of a BME. So now it's a 4-box, and we're going to break this down after lunch. But I just wanted to show you, now it's beginning, middle, and end. It's very basic. It's just really simple, and it's just 4 boxes. And I'm going to lead you through this afternoon after lunch, where they have to give me the character with the goal, and they have to tell me how the character was feeling, and then a major event, and then how to end. And they're sketching and labeling each of those boxes. It's kind of hard to see here. So this is really teaching them the beginning, middle, and end. And you're working on what we call elaborations, the important parts that they have to include in their story, like action, description, thoughts and feelings, dialogue. So these 4 are the 4 major elaborations you get. What was the action in the story? Number 1, what was the action? Okay, so when you think of the action, did the author describe anything? That's the second elaboration that we want. So this is action. You might want to write it here if you can't see it. You're going to have another scene here. So this is action. I'll write it big for you because it's small. This is description. How did the author describe some things in the book? It starts with reading. Ooh, dialogue. What did the character say? You guys, we need a common language to call those thinking bubbles or speech bubbles or turn talk. What do you call the dialogue in books? Turn talk. What do you call it? What's that? Talking bubbles. Does everybody say talking bubbles? Common language. We're all calling it the same. We need to. I even have a list of vocabulary terms that schools have come up with, basic words that we're all gonna use. So that we all know what, are we gonna all call them talking bubbles? We're gonna call them speech bubbles? We're gonna need to talk them dialogue, right? And then the last one are thoughts and feelings. Really important. Those are the things we're gonna be looking for in books before they actually add those collaborations in their writing. All right, turn talk. This is a big one right here. What collaborations are you kids really good at, and which ones do you need to up your instruction in? Talk about that real quick for your group. What are your kids good at, and what do you need to increase in instructions if they're not very good at it? Turn talk real quick on this one. Okay, adding elaborations really starts with mental text. So you guys, when you get back from lunch, we're gonna be using some stories to not only do a really mean, but also to really just focus on action, descriptive dialogue, and thoughts and feelings. You guys, I have done all these little lessons in K1, so I would never do anything with you guys that I haven't tried with kids yet. So I just want you to know, kinders can do this. First graders can do this. Obviously, my upper grades can do that. And here's how I'm gonna scaffold. If this is too much to start with, to look for all these four things, then what do you think you would do? Start with just one until 80% of your kids can pull out an action from a story. And then add description until 80% of your kids can pull out a description, something that the author described. 80% who can actually find a talking bubble. 80% of your kids who can pull out a thought and a feeling. This is a tough one because it's usually a bird. Usually they don't say my character was sad. You know they were sad, but they don't often state that they are sad. So I need to know what were the thoughts and feelings of the characters in the story. So you guys, you're going to scaffold this out. My goal is for all grade levels to fifth grade in their story to have evidence of those four things. That's how I score a narrative at the state level. I'm looking, is there any action in that story? Is there any description in that story? Is there any dialogue in that story? And is there any thoughts and feelings in the story? Either explicit or implied. Does that make sense? You guys, this is why we have to focus on these elaborations every time we read a story. So my intention is a little bit different too on when I'm teaching, how I'm pulling these things out. They're going to be really good for reading comprehension anyway. So really important here. I'm going to show you both. You guys have to decide. Do you start with collaborations or do I actually make them do VME? What do you guys think would be a step one? Do I start with collaborations or do I go right into a 4-box with the beginning, middle, and end? What do you think? Not a right or wrong answer, you guys. What do you guys think? Where would you start? Here or here? What do you think? Want to know my opinion? Not that it matters. You guys, you're gonna do it either way. It's not right. I probably would start here than here. This is really structured work. And if the kids really are good at the beginning and they're really good at the end, but they struggle with where the middle starts and where the middle ends. So this is harder for kids. This isn't so much because I could stop at a page and say, oh, what's the action on this page? And they can sketch and label. You see, that's easy to do these parts, which, and by the way, is really important. Personally, because this is more difficult, I would start here and then scaffold these out. When we're reading today, let's look for some good action. Today, when we're reading, let's see if this author gave a dialogue. Because you're writing today, you have to pull out a dialogue. Yeah.
I guess the question is, what anchors do you provide for them to come up with that?
Yeah, good question. Mhm. Well, when they're planning, it's all in the planning. Okay, so first of all, they have to be able to identify them in the book first. So that they know those are good elaborations that make Oink, Little Oink really good. This Little Oink is such a good story because this author gave us all those four things. When they go to write their story and you teach them how to plan their story, then you say, okay, where's your action? You actually have to model where you would put it in action. You have to actually model that, but that's in the planning stage. And when we get to how we plan a story, then this is where that builds into it. And it's on their checklist, you guys. So my kids have a checklist. And the checklist on the elaboration, did you add action? That. Did you add at least one elaboration? Did you add one description? That. Did you add one dialogue? That. Did you add one thought and feeling? That. Do you see? But if you're doing beginning, middle, end, they're always going to have a feeling in the beginning of the story. They're always going to have a feeling in the end. If we're teaching organization structure, they'll know where that's at. All your actions and your dialogue, and you're going to go here in the middle, right? So I'm going to say, oh, let's add an action to our story right here. Okay, what action do we need to add? Boom. Oh, this character was mad at his friend. Let that dialogue right there. You see what you're doing? It's very intentional, step by step. But if you're using this, you're using organization. They're seeing it in stories. When they go to plan their story, that's when you'll expect it and you'll teach to that when they're planning.
So can you teach elaboration in separation or have just middle?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So when I do middle, this is where we're just focusing on the middle. We're working on the middle of the story where kids know that after the problem, then we're going to have a lot of these. Yeah, this is where this is going to go, is more in the middle of the story. That's going to help them. But I would probably start here before you now start to build it over here where they have to give me beginning, middle, and end. Now notice I put second grade. So second grade teachers, who are my second grade teachers in the room? We've got a couple. You might want to start with well, you might want to at second grade based on your grade level. That's why I don't like K1, 2. You might want to start right here. Then just make them give you more in their picture, in their box. But then go right to here again. I probably would, here's the thing, you guys, this is where assessment comes in. If you don't assess your kids, you don't know where to start. So I don't want to guess where I need to start. I need to do an assessment and see if they can even do it. And then that will tell me whether I need to start here at second grade or here. You're going to see that third grade is, I'm going to put second grade and up on this last one because this is where we want to get, where now we're expanding it to a 6 box. And the upper grade, they'll even see a 9 box. Where now we're going beginning, middle, and then, so we're stretching it and we're giving more events, not just one. We're giving more events. You see how that structures how we go from beginning, but I just remember Jonathan. When I taught kindergarten, he was so bright, but I kept everybody at one size fits all. And Jonathan, I don't know that I did him any, I'd like to go back and grab Jonathan because he was here and he was an artist. He could have done this and he was such a good kid. He could have been one of my behavior, but he wasn't. But you guys, he was doing this stuff because that's what I was doing with everybody else, or even this stuff. Does that make sense? So really be thinking where your kids are. All right, so turn and talk based on your grade level. Make a plan. Where are you going to start? Turn and talk. When you look at the phases, where do you think would be good for your kids in terms of starting? Turn and talk and make a kind of a little bit of a decision on where you think you might be and what your expectations are. And I'm going to run you through all these strategies. So hopefully you have a little bit of fun. I want to go over one more thing before, to take out a sticky note, would you guys go to page 18 in your packet? Page 18 in your packet. Page 18, and grab a sticky note for me, please. Kind of sticky note this page, because this is the template that I'm going to give my K1. Now, you guys, I use this for everything. Now, here's how I've made a change on page 18 for my kids. Because I know they're going to be sketching and labeling up here. This is their writing template that I just have a whole in my little writing office. My kids know to go grab the paper. I'm not the keeper of the paper. I let them go grab what they need. So I have, you know, look all about books. I have different kinds of templates. I have them in my writing office. And so kids, based on what we're doing, will go get the one they need. This is the one that I totally make sure that my kids have access to, because it's the place where they're going to sketch and label. So take a sticky notes. This is where they're sketching and labeling. If you want to keep this blank. So this is where they sketch and label. This is where I model lessons, and then they write their own sentences. I model sentences. This is their sentence. So this is, I'm going to write on this, and this is where they're going to sketch and label. So we're going to sketch and label in this box. And again, remember, they have to label their word, and they're going to have to fill the box. That's my kids know that. When I say fill the box, they know exactly what that means. And I'm going to model what that means, meaning I have to show them what a fill the box looks like. It has to be filled as much as they can, because there's your elaboration. There's your details. This is where you're going to do your sentence work. Okay, now remember what I said about for my little kiddos, I'm going to have to make sure that I do sentence dictation somewhere in my day. So that's going to be important, sentence dictation, where I'm writing and they're copying. And I also am doing some grab and release where I do what I call a sentence frame. I write part of the sentence, they finish the sentence. And I do that a lot with my K1. So sentence dictation, where they're writing the whole sentence, or they're writing a sentence that has the first part and there's one word missing and they have to fill in that word, one word. That's sentence frames. Step Up is really good with that, of giving lots of sentence frames where I'm reading. So sentence dictation, and then student sentences, where they're doing their own they're doing their sentence, their own student sentence about their picture. So their sentence has to match their picture. Guys, the sentence has to match what? Their picture. If it doesn't, it's a redo. Because they have to match. So the sentence has to match. So now student does the sentence. Now we're working on variety. A three-part sentence, a four-part sentence, a who sentence, a where sentence, a because sentence, a but sentence, a so sentence. This is where I'm teaching them different kinds of sentences. If you took my foundation training, there's a whole section on sentence mastery for K1. So you need to go to that. You got to grab the foundation binder that's on the website, because there's a K1 foundation binder that has a whole section on sentence mastery. Step Up is also probably one of the best resources for sentence variety, where we're really teaching them to stretch that sentence. Okay, so this is where we're doing the sentence work. Initially, though, for kinder, it's going to be sketching and labeling, and they're going to fill in the box where they're coloring and putting everything in here. Okay, now, one of the things that I did that I didn't do before is I give them the template, but I didn't ever really make them focus on this part, which is what I call the editing pencil. So this is where I want to give them this editing pencil. And you guys, I make a big one in my room, so that it's on the wall somewhere. I make a big one of these, and I have the 8x10 pictures of these. So you guys, this is also hopefully on the website. If not, you can email me and I'll send it to you. I make a big one out of construction paper. I have these, I blow these pictures up, these 5 pictures into 8x12, and then they go up on my editing pencil on my wall. But I also have bookmarks, and you guys, please make a note, laminate and put these on your kids' desks, so they know how to edit their sentence. You guys, high school complain about sentences. Kids come to them not knowing how to write a complete sentence. Or they write a sentence that's 357 words long because they don't add any punctuation. Middle school, complain because kids come to them not knowing how to write a darn complete sentence. Fifth grade complains that they get kids who cannot write a complete sentence. If they can't write a sentence, they can't write a paragraph. If they can't write a paragraph, they cannot write an essay, right? So sentence work is key. And in fact, for a while, you guys, I'd be working on just sentences, getting them to write good sentences. That might be the first month where you just spend 10 minutes every day working on sentence development and sentence writing. Okay, that's gonna be really important. So now let's number these. There are 5 things my kids have to look at. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, those are the 5 things. Okay, number 1. I'm gonna write this small here. Here's the question. Does the picture match the words? That's what you want them to know when on this first one. Does the picture match the words? You guys, this is so important, but I still have classroom of teachers. I know there's a lot here, but you guys, please, before school starts, put these on your kids' desks and use this. This is they have to be responsible for their own editing. They have to say, well, does your picture match your words? Does your picture match the words? If it doesn't, then they what? They revise. You go back and add. Don't give them an F. You say, go back and add. Number 2, does your sentence start with a capital letter? There's your go. Okay, number 3, finger space. Okay, now I have a lot of different ways the teachers are teaching that. 1 popsicle stick, 1 finger, 2 fingers, again, common language. What are you teaching? Turn and talk. Again, something that you need to say, hey, what are we teaching our kids when it comes to finger space? 1 finger, 2 fingers, popsicle stick, how are you teaching finger space? Turn and talk, what are you guys doing for that? Or what do you think you should be doing for that? Okay, something to put on your list. What are we all doing for finger space? And by the way, even though finger space sounds like pretty primary, middle school and high school kids, holy smokes, have you seen their writing lately? They're the ones that I'm seeing a sentence that's 365 letters long. I'm looking at sentence development and going, there's no punctuation, so you really have one sentence that's 365 words long, and it's just not going to work. So you guys, even if finger space sounds kind of elementary for middle school, but we talk about that because I can't read it. If I can't read it, how can I score it and assess it? So handwriting is another huge area that you guys, part of your writing is handwriting too. You guys got to get a handwriting in there. Everyone needs to be teaching handwriting. Oh, you guys, yes. And by the way, it even gets worse because I just read a high school paper where the student said freaking wonderful, and freaking was the word he used numerous times in an assessed paper, essay, high school. This is freaking amazing. And then he used friggin too. Those 2 words he was using in his writing. High school, freaking and friggin. And then all the informal language that our kids are using, it's just, we got to do something different. So this is all good. This is pretty primary, but nonetheless, we've got to even teach our kids how to use the difference between informal and formal language. Yeah, informal, I would call it informal language. And the ampersand for the, that's an error for me, when I'm scoring, it's an error. So all that is like, oh my gosh, freaking, well, your voice is there. That's the only good thing I could say is that I can hear your voice in there. But not appropriate, you're right. And now you guys, by the way, have you guys had the list of the new vocabulary the kids are using? Oh, my 6 grandkids, I had this, they're still at my house. It's like mini camp. We had them all last week. Skibbity, Ohio, Riz, sus, the words they were using, I'm like, what are these words? So now, Riz, what's Riz mean? What's skippity mean? What's Ohio mean? I mean, these words they're using and then putting in their writing, you guys, is crazy town. Are you guys, are you, okay, you getting it? The only one I know is suspect. That's the only one I know. The only one because it matches a little bit of a word. Riz? I don't even know what that belongs. Oh, there you go. That's part. They even have a sign for Riz. I mean, it's amazing the language that they're starting to use, but this is everywhere, you guys, from elementary to middle school. And my grandkids have to tell me what they mean when they use it. They'll go, "That's drip." I'm going, "What's drip? And what does drip mean?" Oh, it was amazing. But drip is another word my grandson used. I'm going, drip. Oh my heavens. Okay, informal, writing, formal. Here's what I would do. I would make a great T chart. This is what I do. I'll go, okay, you guys, this is really good to know, even with your little kiddos. T equals, vocabulary. This is what I'll do. I'll say informal language versus formal language. I'll do a sheet that looks like this, and I'll say informal, Riz. Okay, informal when you're talking. Okay, Riz, though, formal is what? Did you say? You see, we have to teach kids how to say informal. When you're talking, you can use this, but when we're writing, it has to be formal, and we have to give kids, this is dead word wall, or you can talk to your friends that way, but it's really on my dead word wall. This is my dead word wall. You can't use this word. They're banned words. Dead word wall over here. But these are the words that I want you to use in your writing, more formal language. So sus over here means suspect over here, which isn't bad, but I think this idea of, hey, these are words you can use with your friends, but when we're writing, not okay. Kinders come to first graders come with us. I'm telling you, my little first kindergarten, who just is graduated from kindergarten, knows all these, and even the sign language. It blows me away. But I think this is another really good strategy to say, here's some words I'm hearing that make no sense, but you guys get it. But when we're writing, you can't use that word. Okay, here, let's do some other options for that word so that you know. So if they use Riz in their writing, I circle it, and that means revise. So just say that. Every time I circle a word, that means revise it. Give me a precise language, higher level. So that's kind of another thing that you could do. Yeah.
Common editing. Or also teachers.
Yes, everybody doesn't, they don't have them, or somebody uses like the delete mark. I mean, it's all different. So yes, you can put on your comments, what are our symbols that we're all going to start using? And then who's going to own what symbol? That's another thing when you're aligning, you guys, is your symbols. Is here's the list of symbols we're going to use, and do we need to kind of make those specific by grade level? Like kinder, which ones are you going to focus on versus first, and keep adding to it? That's another way to do that as well. Well, that goes back to handwriting. And again, what's your handwriting look like, you guys? You're writing a handwriting instruction. Part of writing for me, here's what I would do if I were you guys, because I think handwriting is important. You need 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting every day. I always would put that in the front of your writing time, even though I don't like handwriting. Some teachers will say, well, right now we don't write because we're working on handwriting. I wouldn't do that because kids have to write, but I would put it at the beginning of your 30 minutes. So it'd be 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting, then your lesson, and then 5 minutes of coloring your drawing. So those are the 3 parts. So if I was going to have you look at your 30 minutes down here, this is what I would do for you guys. If you're doing 30 minutes at K1, I would want 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting practice. So this 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting. So now you really have your 30 minutes built in there. So this is handwriting practice. Okay, so this is your handwriting. You've got, 10 to 15 minutes of lesson, whatever you're going to teach them in their writing, and then 5 to 10 minutes. You guys, this is just a gauge, 5 to 10 minutes of coloring. Okay, that's how I would do your 30 minutes. So 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting, your lesson, real short and sweet, and then your coloring as your exit, and then your review. That's kind of how I would do it. Now, could you do coloring and then lesson? Yes, you can move these around, but it really gives you an idea of time for your 30 minutes to start with. Now, as you guys get better at writing and you start to use the Lake Washington, this will not be enough time. You might have to do 2 days of that. You're going to have to just decide how to work that once you get into the lessons, because they're definitely longer than 10 to 15 minutes. All right, turn and talk. What do you like about this model? Is this helpful? and what resource do you have for this? What's your resource for handwriting? What are you guys using? Talk about that with your group. Do you have a resource? Because again, common resources. You guys don't have a, handwriting. Oh, I love Okay, you guys, I'm into your lunchtime, so I want to hurry up and just finish this up. Another thing to think about, you guys, is cursive. I strongly believe that we need to be teaching cursive in the upper grades. There's a couple of different reasons for that. Number one, when they get older, primary documents are in cursive. Kids cannot read cursive. They need to be able to read cursive, and they can't right now because we're not teaching cursive. Number two, they make less mistakes when they're writing cursive than when they're printing, just FYI. They can't, when kids do cursive, it's an art form. When kids do cursive, they make less errors because they can't capitalize a letter in between a word. They can't, I mean, there's some research for why cursive is important, and yet we're not teaching cursive. So number one, they can't read cursive. And number two, cursive, for those especially who have that are struggling with holding a pencil and writing, cursive is easier for kids than printing. They can't do backward letters when they're cursive, but they can reverse letters when they're printing. So there's some value to teaching cursive. Everyone has just said there's not time, so it's just gotten out the wayside. I always taught it, and I always write one sentence in cursive in my room, so kids have to read the cursive. But that's me. In most districts, that's not high.
Not research based, but I think there's an interesting kids come through a new way of writing. I think it's really,
they love it, actually.
that's what I've seen.
Yeah, it's something new because we don't do it, and it's like,
how does it right?
Yes.
It's almost like you're seeing something for the first time. It's like bring back the 80s music and they think it's new.
I am much better at cursive than I am printing. I love to write in cursive. If there's just something freeing about the cursive. I have a grandson whose printing is horrible, but his cursive is beautiful. So there is some value to that.
Millions.
Yeah, same what we did too. Yeah, we did too. But you know, handwriting without tears for those kiddos that are struggling at K, handwriting without tears is really good. I heard someone say that you have it, but you haven't been taught how to use it.
Well, I haven't, because I went and asked our sped teacher.
Oh, yes.
Stuff, and like one summer, I was like, okay, now let me have.
Yeah, so you can teach it. I just say, you guys, instead of just one hit wonders, and sometimes you can follow your core, because sometimes core has that in there. But if every day we were practicing 5 to 10 minutes of handwriting with our kiddos, you guys, connected to maybe the letters that they're using, that they're focusing on. So I try to connect with my reading. So if they're working on the letter V or the letter T, then guess what we're doing for a handwriting? We're practicing what? The letter T. If we're working on diagrams or blending or diphthongs or whatever I'm focusing on in my reading, that's what we're practicing during my writing time. So blends and all those things that I'm teaching during my phonics is what I'm going to do here. All right, real quick, I got my number 4 and 5. Let's get our 4 and 5 so you guys can go to lunch. Okay, so 4 is, did I stretch the word? Did I stretch the sentence? So stretch the word means beginning, medial, and end sound. Or if they already are doing that, are they stretching their sentence? Meaning adding to their sentence. So I went to the park. Who, what, when, where, why? I went to McMillan Park in the north part of town. Do you see now I'm stretching the sentence. Instead of saying I went to the park. Well, what park did you go to? Well, where's that park at? Well, why did you go? I went to the park so we could go swimming. Oh, there's my so sentence. You see what we're doing? We're teaching them to stretch their thinking. First, stretch the word, beginning, middle, and medial and end sounding, but then I'm going to teach them how to stretch the sentence. Give me a where to that. Give me a what to that. Again, some more instruction there. And then did I end with punctuation? Did I end my sentence with punctuation? A period. A exclamation point with the punctuation mark. So did I end my sentence with a punctuation mark is what you're wanting. So those are the 5 things I'm looking for when they're writing a sentence. Does the picture match the words? Does the sentence start with a capital letter? Do I have finger space? Did I stretch that word? Did I stretch that sentence? And did I end my sentence with a period? Exclamation point, question mark, dialogue. You see what I'm doing now? I've got motion. And then here's my comma. So I have, let's do these. Here's my modality of multisensory. When they're reading and they see a pencil, my kids will go, they'll read the sentence, I like popcorn, period. And they'll go, I like popcorn, period. Okay, do that with me. I like popcorn, period. Everybody ready, go. I like popcorn, period. So there's this idea of this being the period. I love popcorn, exclamation point. You do it with me. I love popcorn. Do you like pizza? Question mark. Your turn. Do you like pizza? Question mark. Mom, take me to the store. Mom, take me to the store. You do it. You see what you're doing? Lots of signals so that they know it and can see it. So my kids are reading, they're reading. Oh, I like pizza, comma, popcorn, comma, and cookies, period. See if you can do that with me. I like pizza, comma, popcorn, comma, and what do they say? Cookies, period. I love it. See, I forgot too. Do you see how doing that with kids when they're reading? Then you got these, they're learning how just that tactile and modality of just doing is so good for kids. All right, exit out this morning. Look at all your notes. What was the biggest aha today for you? And then look through your notes real quick. What was the biggest aha this morning? And then you have to share with your partner what your biggest aha is from this morning before you can go to lunch. And I'm giving you an hour, so 12:45. So I could be back at 12:45, get an hour for lunch. 12:45. Okay? Okay, tell your partner and then you may go. My foundation training. You would have seen one that's pretty much holistic, has like everything on it. It has more than this. So if you have been in my foundation training and you have the foundation notebook, you will see a tree chart that has these categories: active reading, vocabulary, thinking charts, sentence mastery, and then the story. So it kind of goes from left to right vertically, you guys. But you would have one that has everything on it. But what you need to know is when you move into a specific unit of study, then I pulled out the ones that belong in the big one to the ones that belong for this kind of writing. So I'm actually pulling out the ones that you want to use and teach when you're teaching narrative writing. You guys, if you're in informative writing, this would look different. If you're in opinion writing, this would look different because the strategies are going to change. Some will stay the same, some will change. So now in my foundation class, you're going to see all of them, but now when we break down each unit of study, this will change. So let's look at these for just a minute. And what I want you to do is I want you to do some marking on these. Now you may not have any markings and it's okay. There's only one place to go with that. So I tell my kid, hey, if we're not there, it's okay. We're going to get you there. So what I'm going to do with your little pencil is put a check mark by the ones you've tried or used and leave the ones that you have no clue what they are blank. Okay, so go through the list of all of them. In active reading, all the things I want them to do as good readers. What vocabulary strategies do I have? Am I using any thinking charts or what you call graphic organizers? What about sentences? Do you teach any kind of sentences? And if you have a sentence that's not on there, write it on there. And a story. And you can see kind of my examples for kinder and first, what I would really want them to be able to do. And if that's scaffolded a little bit too. So put a check mark by the ones that you focus on and leave the ones that you don't blank. Remember this year, all year long, I'm gonna be meeting with you 2 more times. You're gonna bring everything back with you for the other 2 sessions that we're gonna do this year. So we're gonna continue working on just narrative writing this year. So when I meet again, I meet you again in October, which is a half a day, and then another time in April. Guys, it's more of this. I'm not gonna be moving into another unit of study. We're focusing on narrative writing this year. So I'll be adding more strategies as we go. So if you don't get everything today, it's okay. In October, I'll be giving you a little bit more. And then again in April, we'll be looking at the dates there as well. All right. Turn to your partner, compare your list on where you are and maybe where your goals are. Okay, so compare with your partner where you are with some of the things you're teaching and maybe some holes, what you maybe need to up your game in. Okay, did you find some areas of, that you need to maybe work on? In this, some things that maybe didn't even make any sense, so this is why you need to come back to sessions 2 and 3, by the way. You need to come back, and we're gonna continue on and review, and some of you who've had some, access to some of these, I'm sure have already forgotten if you've not used it. So the really important part of this, you guys, I did show you the 25. I should go back to the numbers because I kind of skipped out the number 25. So we talked about how many hits that our kids need. Let me find that number again, because I think this is important for educators. Remember the numbers that we did? 5 hits for kids before they own it, 10 hits, 100 hits, which is more of our kids, and then some kids need up to 1,000 hits. There's this number 25. This is teacher hits. So you guys might want to write this. Now, research has shown that if teachers don't use that new strategy that they just learned a minimum of 25 times, they'll probably forget it. Or they won't be able to use it for what I call that teachable moment. Now, here's what I mean by that. If I've taught a perfect sentence, let's say a 3-part sentence, and I've taught it numerous times, and I think they have it because I've assessed them, but then we don't do it again for another 2 months, then I'm going to have to this is why we review so much, right? We're crazy town. We end up reviewing because our kids have not gotten enough hits. But the other part of it is maybe I wasn't going to have them do a sentence, but because I know in this lesson coming up that it would really be helpful to do a 3-part sentence, I'm going to be able to stop right here and say, oh my goodness, it's been a couple months since we've done a 3-part sentence, but for this text, we need to write one. So let's do that right now. Do you see what it's a teachable moment for me? If I haven't done it this many times, will I probably stop and do this if they need it? Probably not. So this idea of you practicing it a minimum of 25 times is really going to be helpful, because if you don't, you won't. You'll lose it. So I want you to think about when I teach them a new strategy, how many different ways am I going to teach it and how many different times? You guys were so busy. It's not your fault. There's so much that's being asked of us. Where in the heck do I fit this in and how do I get it in again? But to me, I'd rather go deep than what? And we go oftentimes because so many things are thrown at us. Science of reading, phonics, reading comprehension, writing, math, social and science, social emotional, all the things that are being asked of us, we have to try to get in. And so what goes to the wayside when all these things are thrown at us? I'm sorry, I'm going to go. I know I have to all do this, but if I don't do those important critical skills deeply, they're going to go without it being a part of their schema. And that I cannot do anymore. So I have to decide, and we have an administrator that needs to help teachers look at everything on their plate and to decide what is the most important and critical. What do we want to spend most of our time on? Because we can't do 100 things, can we? So what do we decide? What are our criticals? I'm going to try to get those 75, but I got to figure out what my critical things are to get my kids to be good readers and writers. That's the goal here. So how do I spend my time wisely? And administrators need to help us with our lesson plan for the week, because oftentimes I get this pushback. Can't do it, don't have time. Where am I going to fit that in? Everything's scripted, 90 minutes, 120 minutes of reading. 90 minutes or 60 minutes of math. Writing, don't have time for that. Now I got to do social studies and science because we have standards for that. And then they have to go to their related arts, right? They got to go to all the other things they're doing. So you guys are going to have to be thinking about what are my criticals and what do I need to make sure my kids are leaving me with? And I think that's really important. And having building discussions about what's most critical for our kids and what strategies then do we all want to make sure our kids leave us with. I think that's going to be really important. So 25 hits. Turn your partner. Do you ever get 25 hits on anything? Turn and talk. What do you get 25 hits on with your kid?
Well together, so trying to figure out what it's supposed to. They finally said it was script, so it's going back.
All right, so 25 hits. All right, so let's look at that because I want to get into strategies for the remainder of our time. I want to get you to get started on some strategies and some specifics on what we need to do for retelling, because that's going to be really important. But we can highlight a couple of these. We did a circle chart, so you can highlight that. Okay, you can highlight circle chart because we did a circle chart. Now, you guys, the circle chart we did today, here's how I would do this with my K1, because again, circle chart, all of us are going to be doing. So this would be an anchor chart in my classroom. So you guys need chart paper that you're working. My kids come to what I call the gathering place for writing. They come to the carpet for me. And in my carpet, I have chart paper because I do a lot of my modeling on chart paper. Okay, so that's where I'm going to do my little jingle. I have pictures, I have stories, and they're sleeping in my head. I wake them up, I write them down and share them with my friend. Now, when I start saying that and the kids start saying, it's time now for Writers Workshop, they get their notebook, they come to the gathering place. Okay, that is where I teach my lesson, where they're sitting crisscross applesauce by their partner and I'm doing the lesson. At K1, I'm doing a lot of the writing, but they're helping me. We do. So if I was using this, my first lesson is, what do you know what makes a good story? And kids are then sharing what they think makes a good story. And you're writing. The student might say, oh, good characters. You're writing. I love that idea. Write that down. So if you're writing it for them, it's just an initial lesson on a circle chart, but also giving some feedback. What do they know about stories? Now, if they can't say anything, what does that tell me as a teacher? I got to tell them what are some good elements of a story. they have a lot to share. Sometimes we don't let them share. So this top part would be what makes a good story. And then down here would be, what are some things that we have to make sure we include? Character, setting, all those things that they need to know. You would be writing, they would be sharing, right? This would be a lesson that you could start with. What do they know? This is really good information for you as a teacher. And then what are some things using a video on what makes a good story? So this is going to be really important that you could do. I have you might want to make a note. I have a PowerPoint on K1 circle chart examples on how you can use this in a variety of different ways. So if you would like some other examples of how to use a circle chart, if we run out of time today, would you email me and I'll send you all the K1 examples of how, or some fun ways of using a circle chart. So if everybody in September is using circle chart, how powerful would that be? Because a circle chart is to brainstorm information. It's to identify things you know about something. There's just so many great ways that you can use a circle chart. So if you put that on your list, I will send that video so that you can have that. All right, so we talked about a circle chart. Oh my goodness, you guys, today we actually annotated text by doing a quick sketch and quick notes, because remember, we watched a video and I made you stop and write down some information. I'm going to do that with the kids too. We're going to read a book, we're going to stop and respond. We're going to watch a little bit, we're going to stop and respond. So that's another thing that we're going to do. We're going to be talking about some of these others. I'd like to go down to text feature. Would you circle text features, please? Okay, one thing that I know, kid feedback, you guys, is that kids do not know what a text feature is, the word text feature. Now, if you said to them, like a picture is a text feature, bolded words are a text feature, the spine is a text feature, they would know. But if you said, what are text features? They don't know. And a third grader in the test, sitting when I was monitoring the state assessment, there was a question about that had the word text feature, and she asked me, "What, Mrs. Westerberg, what's a text feature?" I couldn't tell her. But they don't necessarily know that word. I was in a classroom modeling a lesson with fifth graders, and I told them to look at the text. This was informational text. To look at the text and to tell me what text features were there. There were 6 teachers in the back room watching me, and no fifth grade student could tell me what a text feature was. Now, once I gave them an example, could they? Yes. Now, the teacher of this group, she was so upset because she teaches it all the time. Do you see what we're doing? She's teaching it. It's just that they didn't connect what? The vocabulary with it. So they had no clue. Important, text features is a huge standard. Their kids need to know text features and why authors, not what they are, but why they're being used in text. Text features in a narrative is different than text features in informative. So tell me with your partner, make a list in your head, just go back and forth. What, in fact, in your group, everybody go around the room. What are text features that I would want to respond to when I'm doing a narrative? Okay, so turn and talk real quick. Everyone give an idea. What's a text feature in a narrative piece of reading? Okay, let's make a list. Everyone, let's make a list. So the cover is a text feature. Okay, the cover. The spine, if you have a book, is a text feature. Back page is a text feature. Why do we have a back page? Okay. Oh, let's look at the page and see if you can tell me. Well, on this cover, what else are text features on here? What else do you see that this author has given us as a text feature on here? What else do you see, you guys? We have a title, write that. What else do you see on this picture that this author gave us that makes this a great cover? Because I want my kids to write picture books. I want them to have a cover page that looks this beautiful. What else do you notice? Pardon? Oh, we have to include the author. Oh, there's the things you're going to have to do when you write a story. You're going to have a title and a catchy title. And you're going to have author. What else did this author give us on the cover of his page? Oh, he gave us illustrations to really help it come to life. Absolutely. What else did this author give us? He used what? Different color. He used color and he used different font, right? To help bring us alive and to bring us in. We want to grab the reader by the cover so that they come into my text. So how are we going to grab the reader? We're going to do lots of things. What about the font, the size of the font? Do you see how many different things? So we want to make sure that when we talk about a book, we first start with text features. Before we read, let's just look at the cover and talk about what this author did. What text features did this author give us? So that's another lesson, you guys. When it comes to writing, you would think that has to do with reading, yes, but it's also writing. We also have things like, oh, what can I say? What did this author give us on this page? He gave us a talking bubble, but he also gave us what? Oh, exclamation point. He gave us an illustration. You see all the things I'd want to go through this. Oh my goodness, look at this page. Let me get to it. Oh, what did this author give us on this page? What are these called? Text boxes, right? Order of events. He gave us like little text boxes to tell us all. He asked them to come over, which means he called what? All these people in this author, instead of just saying, he asked them, he shows a picture of each one of his friends that he invited for lunch. You see that? That's different. I want my kids to have a text box page in their little book. See, I want them to write little picture books that have their story, that has encompassed a lot of these text features. So that's one thing that you guys make a note of. How am I going to teach text features differently? I don't have to have just one lesson. Every time I pick up a book, what am I going to do? Before we read, let's talk about what? Text features, what this author gave us to help us bring us into the text. So that's another good one. You probably haven't done that, but I'm going to circle it because it's really important and because kids don't know that name, text features. We really need to do it better. So I like to do what I call a text feature walk. Let's walk through it and look at all the things this author did. Sometimes they write words upside down in narrative text. Sometimes they just do a lot of things that help bring us into the text. So that's another important thing. Vocabulary. Let's talk about vocabulary. Do you have a word wall? Big deal. You should have a word wall. Here's my suggestion of your high frequency words. Number one, so make a note. Do you have a word wall with your high frequency words? That should be up in front of them all the time. Because when they ask how to spell a word, I don't teach them. What do you think I'm going to do? Let's walk to the word wall and see if we can find that word. And let's practice writing that up in the air. Let's practice writing those letters and saying them as we go. And now, if you go, you write it. You see, you're teaching them, giving them support, but then they're actually doing the writing. Yeah. Did you have a question?
Just, I wonder what your thought process is on word wall, which is kind of developed by the teacher versus a student comprehension book, maybe being used as a vocabulary book for creating a dictionary of words. Because one student may know that word is where the other 4 or 5 don't.
Mm-hmm.
Making it more personalized.
Yes and no. Here's what I found about that. I love the idea in theory, because I always used to, with my kids, have like a vocabulary booklet, and I still do, but that's not my purpose of the vocabulary booklet anymore. I'm really working on morphology and parts of words now. So my vocabulary book is a little bit different than it used to be. What we're finding, and what through my experience, is that when kids have a vocabulary section in their comprehension notebook or their composition notebook, they're not using it. They're doing it because we're asking them to include a word or telling them to go find a word. But there's no transference to the writing. At least that's what I'm finding. I'm hearing, are you guys seeing that? They're not using that. They're not using it the way that I would like them to use it, unless I'm telling them, everybody get your book out, turn your page, but independently, they're not doing it. They're not using it. So I have found that yes, you can do that, but kids, just like a dictionary, they don't like to go. So my better way of doing it is and here's maybe what you guys need to think about. I like to have, because then I'm reinforcing a thinking chart. Here's my tree chart, you guys. This is my word wall. So this is an example of what my word wall would look like. Because now they're using it, especially my little kiddos. So here's my T equals vocabulary. And it's a great big chart on a bulletin. This is a bulletin board, you guys. So on this side is going to be my high frequency words. And then I'm listing those words my words I'm going to start to list. All my high frequency words that they need to have. Okay, that's going to go on this side. So they have a place to go hang their thinking and to go grab the word without me telling them. This side is going to be what I call my tier 2 and tier 3 words. Tier 2, tier 3 words. My my words that have multi-meaning, and what I call my domain words, my words that are specific to a certain content. So if I'm reading about volcanoes, these would be all the words that have to do with volcanoes that we're reading that come. This is definitely text-based vocabulary because I want them to use the words that the author has used. But I'm also going to have other words too to raise up. So not only text-based words like lava, right? That came right from the text. And when they write their story about the volcano adventure, they're going to have to use the word lava. They're going to but they're also going to have to use words that are higher. Instead of I was sad, maybe I was frightened. So this is the word where I'm teaching them more precise language, but it's up on a wall. I'm walking over there. It's spelled correctly. There's no excuse for them not to spell it correctly, because if they're using the word frightened instead of a lower level word, because they like what I call wimpy words, sad, happy, then I have a list of these words that they can go grab, because I'm looking for at least minimum of 3 content words in their writing and 3 higher level words. So that's how I'm increasing vocabulary in their story. But you guys, it has to be visible for them. Most kids are not going to go to the back of that composition notebook and grab it. They're just not.
For high frequency words, the ones in the content that you're using?
No, all of them, the ones that,
The fry words.
yes, exactly. List 1 to start with, list 2, they get, you grow them. So the first 10 and then the first, yes. And the other thing too is I also actually test them on high frequency. So the ones that they know pretty much that can come off and you can add more. But I tend to have on my bulletin board, I've set it up so it's Velcro. So there's like a Velcro here, and all my cards have a Velcro because I can put the cards up. And then here's the other thing that I like. If this is a Velcro card, kids can actually take it off the word wall, take it to their desk, so it's right there in front of them, and they can copy that word. That's why I like the Velcro look of this, because if you just write it, they can't grab it. So I actually put these on Velcro, all my cards, I laminate them, put them on Velcro, and then I have spots where I can put them on there, and then I can take them off, rotate, put some more on, because you can't put all 100, it's too many. So I like to put like 10 at a time. You guys would have to kind of figure out what works best for you. And I like it over here because if these are Velcroed, when I change the next content, guess what? I just take those cards, put the new cards up. Does that make sense? Okay, so vocabulary, would this work for you? Talk to your partner, talk through this, because I think vocabulary and having a word wall is research supported, high leverage. We got to have a word wall. Turn and talk. What would you do differently for your words?
But it's from classroom. That's basically. So my word this year. I'm muted, right?
All right, let's move on. Something to be thinking about. Again, you guys, I'm not going to get to everything today. So just know we will come back to some of these other strategies in our next session. But just want you to know this is what we'll be covering this year, trying to get through as many of these as possible. But I just say at the beginning of the year, really thinking of a word wall. I know you don't have space. I'm going to give you a suggestion if you don't have a wall space. I am really big on a clothesline in my room, and I just get an anchor chart and I'll put it up on my anchor chart on a clothesline and then do it that way. If you don't have space on your walls or if you're moving. So just think of it. Can I do this? How can I do this differently if I do not have enough board space? Because that's going to be an issue for some teachers. So if they don't have board space, they don't do it. And I think that would be number one, a critical thing. If I was an administrator, I would be saying to my teachers, and sometimes they don't like to be told, you guys don't like to be told what to do, but then you come and you always tell me, but I wish they would just tell me what to do. Have you ever heard that? Don't tell me what to do, but please tell me what you want me to do. So it's kind of an oxymoron. But one of the things that I would say is that every classroom needs to have a word wall, not only for increasing vocabulary instruction, guys, but for spelling. Kids are not spelling well right now. I don't know how many errors I circle when I'm scoring that kids are just not spelling. But I think the reason they're not good spellers is because they have holes in their phonics instruction. So that's an issue right there. It's not giving them a third grade list that's going to help them be better spellers. It's knowing their phonics that's going to help them be better spellers. But you guys may have to do something different with vocabulary that hits the spelling as well. And a word wall is that visible thing that kids need. I can walk to it. We can spell it in the air. We can say it. We can look at parts of words. There's so many things we can do with a word wall that are going to be hidden if it's in the back of a composition notebook. Does that make sense? Visible, and walking to that word. I noticed in the class, my kids cannot spell the word Y. It's W-I. All right. Take 5 minutes. Let's go to the word wall. It's one of our words. Let's spell it. W-H-Y. Everyone, what is it? W-H-Y. You see a lot of things that I could do to get them to be better spellers, but it's also to know the word. So if I was administrator, that would be one of my non-negotiables. Everybody has to have a word wall. Let me give you some ideas. Oh, let's do a T-chart. Let's do high frequency. And by the way, high frequency for my fifth graders is not a bad idea because my fifth graders don't know all their high frequency words. So I'm going to have to assess them to see what they know and don't know. The fifth grade, I'm going to put up the words that the majority of them don't know yet. So there's some things that we can get better with vocabulary that really connect to writing and spelling as well. So word wall. We'll get to some of these as well. The circle chart is really good. I'm going to show you the bubble chart, which is another really good one that you need to do when we're talking about character development. So would you write character development beside that one? So you know the bubble chart is for character development. So character development is the bubble chart, and we're going to practice that today. We're also going to practice the BME as well, so you know what that BME looks like and the purpose of it. Sentence mastery. Now, here's the thing that I've changed. So when I talk about sentence mastery, I'm not just talking about a different kind of sentence, but I'm talking about adding in that sentence conventions, grammar, and then different kinds of sentences. So I don't give them another handout about declarative sentences. Do you guys remember those handouts? And how helpful were they? So they weren't very helpful. And I had a mentor who came to me because I did that. I spent a lot of time giving them a handout. Hey, here, I want you to just look at declarative sentences. And here, I just want you to look at all the period errors. It wasn't transferring over to my kids. They were doing the handout, and those that are really important, like their grades would do well. Others didn't care, didn't get turned in. But there was no transference of skills. So now when I teach them a sentence, that's when I work on conventions and grammar. I don't separate it and isolate it out. Okay, so when I'm teaching a two-part, I'm going to talk about the fact that this is a declarative sentence. We're going to work on that 2 or 3 part sentence. We're going to work on our grammar there, making sure we have a strong verb. And we're going to make sure that we use the editing pencil so the conventions are good. Does that make sense? So my sentence mastery includes this skill, and this skill. And I'm doing all those during my sentence mastery time. I'm not giving them a handout. It's not working, guys. There's no transference skills there. So I'm trying to do it with my sentence work. We'll talk about that probably in October and go into a little bit more of sentences. Here's our goal, you guys over here. Look at your goals. Would you take your pink highlighter and highlight the word that stands out for you at your grade level? What exactly is the goal for narrative writing at kinder? What's the goal for first grade? And second grade, you already know you're that next. Second grade, what would you expect at second grade? If you're a second grade teacher, I have another one. I'd start here, but second grade, there is another chart for you. Okay, what's different? Highlight what's different. What do you see? Tell your partner, what do you see is different from kinder to first grade? If you're a second grade, the second page actually shows that. Okay, everybody have that? All right, you got that? Biggest difference is what? Would somebody share? You guys are getting tired on me this afternoon already. Biggest difference between K and 1. It's the number of events, absolutely. So one for K, and then we've got to have a couple more for first grade. So that's the difference, you guys. And then we have to make sure we're adding in those elaborations. So that's really good. Good job. All right, let's go ahead and take out a piece of paper so you know exactly at the beginning of the year what you're looking for. Okay, so let's take out a lined piece of paper. We're going to do what we call an informal outline. So let's write that. This is called an informal outline. It's another way to take notes. And we're going to go T equals high access learning with narrative. We're all talking about narrative writing. So high access learning. How do we, what do we need to do to get to that high access learning? Okay, now in step up to writing, our topic, our T, our green means what's our topic. So T stands for topic or title. So those of you that are new, the T stands for either the topic we're going to be focusing on or the title. Okay, there's our T. We're going to use our green highlighter because our topic is always green. What is our topic? Is high access learning. Highlight that with green. Okay, now we're going to have a star as our another symbol. So they're seeing me. I'm not necessarily teaching, but they're saying. The star means to slow down, right? Now we're going to slow down because now we've got some key ideas. Okay, that's our star. So the first thing we want to think about when we're thinking about a high access learning, guys, and think about narrative writing is we want to engage every student. That's going to be big. We're talking about engagement, engage every student. Okay, now that's my yellow. We're going to slow down. That's my key idea. So we're going to take our yellow and we're going to highlight that yellow. Okay, so one key idea is that when we're thinking about narrative writing is that we have to engage every student. Okay, well, how are we going to do that? Okay, so now we're going to dash underneath it. Okay, now we're going to stop and educate the reader. Say green, yellow, red. Okay, so now we've got our pink highlighter, and now we're going to list a detail, what I call a significant detail. Okay, so how? Well, how am I going to engage? Well, one way that I'm going to engage students is making sure that I choose high interest mentor text. Okay, now, if you don't have a list, you need to get a list. I would say choose about 5 really good ones to be good ones, but you want high interest mentor text. That's why if you guys, sometimes our core curriculum gives them stories that are too long and are not very engaging. And by the way, I'm a little bit of a chihuahua because I like bark loud, but I also am not going to pick texts that my kids are not engaged in because I'm not going to get anywhere with you. So I'm one of those that I'm a rule follower, but when it comes to mentor text, if the text in the reading curriculum is not going to make it for my kids, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm gonna change and find something else. Is that okay? It should be, but sometimes fidelity means you can't do that. I'm sorry, I don't understand. We're using the core as our resource. It's not our curriculum, it's a resource. And if the text is not engaging, I'm gonna find something that is, because I gotta get my kids to learn what I need them to learn. And if it's not engaging, so high interest. All right, so I say about 5. Would you take a sticky note right now? And I want you to list 5 books you know now at your grade level that you would want to teach right now, because I want you to identify some books. And if you don't have 5, oh boy, we got to find 5. So right off the bat, when you think of kindergarten and first grade and second grade, what are 5 picture books that you would bring in right away and use because you know they're fun, they're high engaging? If you don't know, that's okay too. I will give you a list if you're not sure. Talk to your partner at your table. Are there any books that you love that you would recommend? And I want you to write down your favorite 5 books, because I'm going to get you up and share with somebody else. So I want you to list 5 of your favorite picture books that you've used in the past that you know kids love. For narrative, picture books. They have to be picture books. Like the Grouchy Ladybug, like Pete the Cat, like Skippy John Jones, like Knuffle Bunny, like Dogzilla, like Super Dog, like all those books that I'm like into picture books. You guys should see my garage. I still am buying picture books, and I'm ready to stop doing this here soon. I keep buying them. My husband's going, why'd you buy 5 more books? I love them. We'll share them with teachers. So what books do you love? Everybody have a few on their list? Your favorites. Okay, everybody take your sticky note, stand up. Stand up, everybody stand up. We're gonna do some teaming up. Everybody, once you have your book, stand up. Oh, we got one ready. And if you're not sure, it's okay. Okay, in a minute, when everybody's done, I'll know you're done because you're gonna be standing up when you got a few books on your list. And it's okay if you don't have all of them, because you're gonna add more in a minute when you talk. Everybody's standing. I'm gonna give you some, because engagement is getting kids to talk. I want my kids to do more talking than me. So I've got to find ways to engage and to give my kids opportunities to respond. Oftentimes, only the kids that raise their hand get to share, not everybody else. So I've got to change the way I teach my kids how to respond. They have to have opportunities to talk and not me be the only one talking. So this is the way to do that. We've got 2 more people that we're waiting for on another list. And here's your job. On the count of 3, you're going to go find someone, but it can't be somebody at your table. You have to find somebody else. And you're going to then share your book list with each other and tell the person why it's your favorite book. And if you like that book, get it right down your list. Okay. And they're going to share one example. Then I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, stop. And then I'm going to ask you to go to another person that's different. Is it making sense? So you're going to go 3, 2, 1, go, stand by that partner. And you're going to wait for me to say share. And then when you hear my count again, then I will move you to another partner. Does it make sense? Everybody. All right, go find somebody and then stop. You're not ready to talk yet. You're just going to go find your partner, find someone. Introduce yourself real quick. All right, 3, 2, 1, share. Share your book. Take your pen because you're going to want to write down.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I used to die on the very same book. That was like, I live in those. They're very different type of. So anything that I did outside the country. Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, freeze. Okay, so when you're gonna have to teach your kids transitions, 3, 2, 1, they're freezing, their eyes have to meet, and you've shared. Okay, now you're gonna go find another partner and wait until I say share. Go, find another partner, somebody different. Okay, and wait, everybody have a new partner? Make sure we have a new partner, we might have a threesome. Oh, right there, okay, share.
I really like kind of some stories like pigs or babies. I kind of already started by like something. So sometimes like I just and sort of yeah, I think it's story.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, freeze. Okay, we're gonna do one more rotation so we can get a list of books. You have repeating, that's okay. All right, go find another partner one more time. More books on your list. One more partner, has to be somebody different. Move, go. And then freeze when you're ready. Okay, when you're done, go ahead and go back to your seat. I'll know when you're finished. When you're done sharing, go back to your seat. Okay, and then head back to your seats, please. 3, 2, and 1. Hopefully you have the books. That's gonna be really important. The Gerald books that are fabulous, and that was the pigeon books and the Gerald books. Oh my goodness, I will definitely use those. Think of simplify. Now, here's the deal with some of the stories. You guys need to think about this. Starting out at K1, you want to make sure you're picking books that have a clear beginning, middle, and end, and isn't too deep. Because what happens as you get into some of the other books, they have what we call embedded episodes in them, and it's hard to figure out what's going on. So to start within this one, you want to pick really easy picture books that really have a definite beginning, a definite middle, and a definite end. It isn't really detailed, because some of the books we read have like a beginning, middle, and end, and then it stops and it starts over again inside. So sometimes you'll have a beginning,
and then a beginning, middle, and end inside the story, and then middle, and then another beginning and middle, because it kind of goes off, and you have what we call embedded episodes, and that makes it hard for kids to know the beginning, middle, and end. So for you guys, just make sure it had that clear beginning, middle, and end. So good job. The other thing that I think we need to be mindful of, I want you to look at your list. Is it an equal amount of what I call girl books versus boy topics, girl versus boy? Oftentimes I'll see text that's either more bent to the girls or to the boys. And we know that boys are lagging behind in writing for girls. I'm wondering if it's because we're not choosing enough good boy mentor text. Look at your list. Do you have any boy ones that are specific for boys? Like Fly Guy? Like that's a boy book. I mean, girls like it too, but this is definitely a boy book. Dogzilla, more a boy book than a girl book. You see, Gordon, I mean, you just got to make sure that you have this balance that meets the needs of both your girls and your boys. Okay. So look to see if you have that balance as you go through this. Okay. The next thing you're going to need to do once you have your 5, and what we did in our district, which was really, really helpful, you guys, this is an idea to take back. When we were working on increasing and, making sure that our kids were, achieving in narrative writing and making sure that we teachers had what we needed, we provided bins for each teacher for each unit of study at every grade level. So they had a bin that had their books that they used, all their lessons was all in one bin. So teachers could pull that bin when they were doing narrative writing and everything was in that bin. And then we had another bin for informative writing. Everything that teachers were doing were in that book, including their mentor text. You see, that might be helpful for you guys, is to create a bin for each unit so that you pull that bin down and you have everything in there, all your strategies, all your resources, all your picture books. That might be something to help organize you guys. It's a bin for every unit of study. That might be something you think about. Okay, so the next thing, we've got to make sure we have high interest, high text. We want to make sure that kids know the form of the kind of writing we're doing or the organization. Okay, so that's another thing we've got to teach them, that this kind of writing is different than the other kinds of writing. So form and organization. That means we're going to be we're looking at beginning, middle, and end. And we know that we're going to be using the color purple. So grab your purple highlighter. That's why you're going to have to make sure you have purple, because they need to know we're going to be talking about the beginning of a story, the middle of the story, and the end of the story. And sometimes stories have a little twist. So I want to make sure that my kids know that every good story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Okay, and we'll talk about what that is, what we're looking for beginning, middle, and end. Okay, so let's just do that right now. Let's take our big triangle. So now we've got parts of, there's our triangle. Here's the beginning of my story. I'm going to put a B right here. So there are 5 things I'm looking for in the beginning of a story. Okay, take our purple, I make my kids highlight this, and you're going to see templates in your folder. This is your beginning, it's a big triangle. And there are 5 things that I want in this story. Number 1, right here, little dot, character with a goal. That's number 1. I even have a number 1 here, character with a goal. Okay, character with a goal. Number 2 is they have to have a setting. So here's my setting in this triangle. Where the setting, and when I'm talking about setting, guys, I'm talking about where and also the when. Okay. 2 importance. It was a ho-hum day until number 3, the kickoff, which is the problem. So we're going to call this the kickoff. And usually it's a problem. Okay, there's my number 3. Inside, there's a problem. Okay, 3. Make this a little bit bigger for you. Okay. Okay, now number 4 goes right out here. Number 4, well, how did the character feel about that? Character feelings. How did the character feel about that? And because of that feeling, the character makes a plan. That's what I want to teach over and over and over again. And here's why this is different than informative. Informative is pretty scripted. It's there. You can see it almost immediately in informative text, and not even this. But in a story, you guys, the problem sometimes is on the first page of the story. Sometimes it's 5 pages in. It's not consistent. It depends on how the story sometimes will give me background information for 3 pages before it even identifies the problem. Sometimes the author does it in page 2. So that's why reading text and determining where the kickoff is really important. It was a ho-hum day until. Now I'm using language. Now let me just give you an example. I'm going to use the Goldilocks and 3 Bears. Character. In the beginning of the story was not Goldilocks. She didn't show up until later. So in the beginning of the Goldilocks and 3 Bears, it's really the 3 bears, right? Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear, right? Characters. Mama Bear had a goal that morning. She was going to make her Papa Bear and Baby Bear what? She was making them, that's her goal, is to get up and make breakfast. That's her goal. She just wasn't just a mama. She had a goal. It was a whole, she did it every day. It was a whole hum day. And where were they? It was in the cottage early one morning. Early one morning in the cottage, there lived 3 bears. You see, now I'm teaching them how to start their story out instead of, I hope you like my story about, or my story is about. I can use these points to help my kids, teach them how to start their story. In the cottage, early one morning, there lived 3 bears. Do you see how that? There were 3 bears who lived in a cottage and made breakfast every morning. There's the start of the story. So different than what our kids are doing, and they don't know how to start their story, right? We have a lot of kids who don't even know how to start a story. Okay, until one day, whoop, there's my problem. What happened? The porridge was what, you guys? Too hot. Character, setting, problem, the porridge was too hot. How did the characters feel? How do you think Mama felt? Frustrated, right? She burned the cottage. It was too hot. They couldn't, the porridge, they couldn't eat it. How do you think Baby Bear was feeling? How do you think Papa Bear was feeling? A little grumpy, right? Because he didn't have his breakfast. It made everyone feel bad. So what did they do, you guys? What was the plan? So what did they do? They went for it. You see, right away, you guys, I've just retold the beginning of Goldilocks and the 3 Bears by doing those 5 things. If you just stayed on that for a while, how powerful would that be? Because this is how they're going to plan their story. They have to have a character. They have to have a setting. They have to have a problem, a kickoff. How did that make the characters feel? And then what did they decide to do? Think about how powerful those 5. Turn and talk. What do you like about those 5 as your markers for teaching kids how to retell the beginning? Turn and talk real quick. What do you guys like about this? Okay, everybody's got it. You guys, winner here with not only comprehension, being able to retell a story, but you guys, once my kids know how to retell a beginning, this really becomes their planning. Who's your character with the goal? Who's your character with the goal? What was your setting? Where and when? See, now they're planning their story. What was your kickoff? What was the feelings of yours? And then what was the plan that see, I'm using this to help them not only retell the beginning of a story, but to plan out the beginning of their story. Does that make sense? Powerful. Now kids know what 5 things they need. Now here's for K1. Could you not, do you have to do all 5 to start with? What would you guys start at the beginning? Which ones would you start with? And setting, because that's always together. And what's the, because that's going to automatically move to, well, how does that make them feel, right? So you guys know that there's 5 here, but you can scaffold that and not do all 5 at once. I would definitely scaffold 1, then 2, then 1 and 2, then 3, then 1, 2 and 3, then 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you see how I'm doing that? And again, this is going to take some time. That's why I don't do narrative writing until the end of the year, because there's a lot that I have to get them to do parts of as they go. Okay, now we need the box. This is the middle. So I'm going to show you what the middle is. The middle is going to look like this because middle now needs to have events. So I'm going to start with 3 events. So everybody make a little box that has 3 events. Okay, now this is also purple because now we're talking the middle of the story. Okay, now at kinder, I could only have 1 event, or I could have 2 events or 3. I'm going to just show you 3, but you can do just 1 event. And then remember from K to 1, we got to have a few more. Now, there's things that I'm going to need to think about in this one a little bit more. So this is where I'm going to teach them how to quick sketch. Okay. So they could either draw the picture here, but this is where they're kind of quick sketching each of these events. So each one of these boxes represents an event. Okay. I tell them these have to be in chronological order because sometimes they don't think about that. So I oftentimes do a timeline. Remember, these have to be sequenced correctly and in the correct order when you're recounting or when you're telling your story. This is where you're going to teach them to quick sketch and label. Okay. Now, I like the purple highlighters. You guys in here write purple highlight or purple sticky notes. Again, another engagement activity is to take the purple sticky notes. You can't really do it on this, but you guys, here's how I use purple because it's so forgiving. And you give this is like, you give this to kids and like, woo! It's another like high engagement because now they get 3 purple sticky notes. And what they do is they'll take a sticky note, and I'll show you on a big piece of paper. One event goes on that they sketch it on the sticky note, and then they place it. That's event number 1. Oh, get another sticky note. Here's your second event. Oh, that's there. Take one more. Here, draw your third event loosely. Quick sketch your third event. And there are your 3 events, right in order. Now, what's cool about this, if it's not in the right order, it's forgetting. Kids can move these parts around. Okay. Oh, this doesn't belong. Take that out and add another sticky note. See how you're now teaching them to revise because they're not in order, or maybe that one doesn't belong. So the sticky notes are a really good, like, extra thing to have in your classroom, but use purple sticky notes. I am also giving them white. I don't give them the other colors because I want to stick with purple because that's narrative. So that's another thing that you can just use purple sticky notes. But I use these for like event 1, event 2, event 3, and then they can move the parts around. So this is important. The other thing that I need to attend to here, you guys, I'm going to give you the bookmark. I'm going to go look at this. This is really important. Here's 4. This is the bookmark I want to make sure my kids have. Grab this and take a look at it. And then tell me what kids do that's different than the bookmark. You might have one down. Just throwing a few at you. I want a bookmark. Yeah. I'm not sure there's the next one, but the bookmark is now to teach them about transition. And standards call them story temporal words. I call them story transitions, but standards call them temporal words because you use these transitions to move the story along. So kids don't know the difference between informative transitions and narrative. So here's informative. First, next, last. Okay, those are informative. One, another. Those are informative transitions that I want to see in the writing. Narrative is different. Narrative, you're using time-sensitive words like early that morning. Say, meanwhile, suddenly. Did I use then at all? What transition do kids love? And then I say you can't use then, they go, okay, can I use and? No, you can use then one, because then is a good word, is a good transition, but you can't do this, and then, and then, and then, then, and then, you can't, you can use it once. You have to move the story along by using what we call story transition. They're also kind of in groups to help kids. These are some examples. If you have step up to writing in the narrative chapter of step up to writing, there's even more lists of narratives and also some really good strategies on how to teach them story transitions. Okay, turn to talk. How are your kids with story transitions? Would this be helpful to have for your kids? Turn to talk real quick in terms of story transition. Okay, so guys, let's go back up here. You got it's some work on this, right? Because kids don't know the difference between informative transitions and narrative transitions. These are temporal words. Informative transitions are called, oh gosh, you know, I'm getting old here. Temporal words, the other ones they're called are, I can't think about it. Well, there's another word for it. It'll come to me in a minute. I swear I'm getting older and I'm forgetting some things, you know, when you need it. Temporal words for narrative. I'll come up with the other word that standards are using for the other ones. The other ones are really more, you know, one idea, another idea. It's more that, where these are really time sensitive. So that's what you really guys need to do here. Now, here's how I'm going to help my kids so they don't do the and then and that. Every one of these boxes represents an event. So this box is where I'm going to put the temporal word. So I'll go early that morning. That's just an example. So I'll go early that morning. What happened? Oh, I get one then. And then suddenly. So now as I'm retelling a story, I'm going to help them by adding in the temporal words in the boxes. That makes sense? Okay, so these boxes, I need to teach my kids to have a temporal word. So they don't use and then every time. So I'll go, well, early that morning, they decided to go for a walk, right? And I'm going to walk you through this. Early that morning, after they realized that the porridge was too hot, they decided to go for a walk. Then Goldilocks shows up, right? And she breaks and enters and goes into the house. Suddenly she finds herself in the kitchen and sees the porridge on the counter. Do you see what I'm doing, you guys? It's time sensitive. As she eats the porridge, so minutes later, she goes into the what? The living room. Then I want to go, and then but I'm going to say suddenly the bears show up. Do you see how I'm moving the story by using these transitions so that I don't use and then every time? And then they're just taking little notes or drawing a picture here. That's the beginning. Important sequence using transitions. Making sense? Okay. Start, which is one for kinder. You don't have to have three. I just showed you how you could use three, and then you're just going to jot some notes down here. Okay, now we've got the ending. So let's do the ending. And sometimes the stories have a little, what we call a twist. So let's write twist here. This is number 6. Remember, so I can have numbers. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is just 6. And I'll say every story is different, so I don't have a whole lot. It depends on my story. So this is number 6 where I have my events. And then now I'm going to look for number 7 and number 8. So there are 8 things I'm looking for in a story. We need to make sure we take our purple, you guys, and highlight this as well. Here's our purple. We're going to highlight this. And sometimes the story has a twist, like in Big Al. At the end, there's a surprise ending, a twist. Not all stories do, but that Big Al has a twist. So in 7, we're looking for the ending of the story. Okay, so we're going to just tie it up. I even have little bows. We're going to tie this up. How did this story end? Well, how did the story end? Well, Goldilocks screamed and ran out the door. And the bears were, depending on which one you read, the bears were either frustrated, angry. It ended in some way. Okay, so what was the ending? Got to make sure the kids, well, how's the story going to end? Okay, number 8. There are 2 things we're looking for number 8. Okay, the first thing is now, how did the characters feel at the end? So it's a character feeling again. How did the characters feel? How did the bears feel at the end? Well, depending on the version I read, they felt sorry for Goldilocks, so they went to her house and invited her back to their house for lunch. Or in another version, they were so mad that they went and killed her. That's not the version I would read, but that is a version. Yes, they were so mad. Another version, they were so mad that they went to Goldilocks' house and they messed up her house. So depending on the one you're reading will determine how did it end and how are the characters feeling. The other thing that you're going to have to talk about is what was the message, the lesson. Okay, what was the message? Because every author has a message or a lesson for writing this book. So you guys turn and talk, what would be a good lesson for Goldilocks and the 3 Bears? What would it be that's not actually stated? Yeah, maybe my lesson would be, make sure you lock your door before you leave, right? That would be a good lesson. Maybe kindness. Maybe depending on which version that you read, it might be, kindness for kindness, obviously it was bad, but what are we going to do and be better people of? And we're going to go invite her to come back and be friends with her. And maybe she won't do that ever again. What's another lesson you guys came up with? Anything different? Don't go into other people's houses. Oh, I like that lesson. That's just really good respect, right? Right. Anything else that was different? No? Come with it. Anyone? Another lesson? You guys are so quiet this afternoon. Okay. All right. I'm thinking of that. All right. Now I want you guys to just kind of now reflect. These are the 8 things I'm wanting in a retell. And I'm going to tell you every story has all 8. So now you're looking at your mentor text in a little bit of a different way than maybe you have in the past. Turn and talk. How is this going to help you with retelling a story? And by the way, question is, once kids can retell and know all 8 things, guess what they have to have when they plan their story? All 8 things. But you don't have to, you can modify it and have less. But well, I'll tell you with my little kiddos, they can do it. All right, turn and talk. How is this going to help you with retelling and writing it, planning a story? All right, guys, let's go on. As we move on, let's talk about vocabulary. Remember, we talked about high access learning. We want to make sure that we're engaging every student. We want to make sure that they understand that a story has a beginning, middle, and end. We also want to focus on vocabulary. So your next star is vocabulary. You might need another piece of paper. Okay, so the next star is vocabulary. Okay, so vocabulary, you're going to choose, 3 is my favorite number. You can have more. But even Isabel Beck on Nancy McKeon and Isabel Beck have done lots of research on vocabulary. And at the K1, we give kids way too many words and they go with none because we never go deeply on one. So they're saying at the K1 level, no more than about 3 words if you want them to use those words in their writing. So that's different than knowing, because we know the more vocabulary, the better reader they are, the better they'll be at comprehension. But when it comes to writing, we want to choose 3, at least minimum of 3 words, because if we give them 10, they won't use any. If we give them 3, at least those 3 are the words we want them to use. So which words do we want to focus on? Well, we want to make sure that they're not tier 1 words, low level, what I call wimpy words. Okay, we want a higher level, what standards would call precise language. So we want words that are multi-meaning. That's when we're reading a text, we want to go, gosh, that's a good word because it's multi-meaning. It means something in this book and it means something different in another book. So I'm going to choose a word that's maybe multi-meaning. I want to make sure I'm choosing also not just words, but some phrases as well in my 3 that I want them to use. Okay, so I want to use multi-meaning words. I want to have them pull out phrases. I want them to pick out words that are content words that are very specific. So content words that are only for that kind of text. Okay, so content words that they're pulling out would be good. And then the last thing that we want to make sure that they're doing is that if you choose 3, those 3 have to be used in their writing. Non-negotiable. Can they use more? Yes, but they have to use those 3 words somewhere in their writing. That's going to be a non-negotiable. Now, can they use more? Absolutely. As a score, you guys, when we talk about text-based evidence, if they would just give me 3 words, that's beautiful. They don't ever tell you 3, but I'm just going to say 3 is I don't want 20 because that's an overuse of words. But if they could just pick 3 words that the author used and use it in their writing correctly, oh my gosh, this is a score. I'm loving that. But we're not saying that. They're still going back to the friggin' and the freaking and the sus and the low level words. So when they're writing, I'll make them circle 3 of their wimpy words and say, you got to raise those up. Okay, so that's also really good for vocabulary. This will be important for your word wall as well. All right, so now you're gonna be thinking of possible mini lessons. So let's talk about possible mini lessons. Okay, so that's another one. So vocabulary is going to be really important. Our other key thing here is possible mini lessons. What do I want to teach them in this kind of writing? Okay, so for sure I'm going to list them. You guys, maybe not so much in the right order, but I'm just going to make a list of all the kind of skills you need to teach them when it comes to narrative writing, but really narrative reading as well. So first of all, tell your partner, list 5 things you know you need to teach based on what you've learned today or what you know. What are 5 things mini lessons? Don't write them yet, but just tell your partner, what are some 5 things you know you need to teach your kids? Just tell your partner 5 that you think would be important. I'm going to give you way more than that. Okay, for sure, you guys, let's talk. Let's see if you match mine. First of all, I have to teach them to retell the beginning, middle, and end. But you guys, scaffold that out. You don't have to do the whole thing all at one time. So scaffold. For a while, I'm only going to teach the beginning. I'm going to read the story, and we're going to read the whole story, but I'm only going to focus on the beginning of the story. That's it. And then I'm going to say, I'm going to read the story, and all we're going to focus on is the end. And then until kids can identify the end. And then we're going to isolate and just think about what are some events that happen in the middle of the story. And then all of it. So that's not what we're used to doing. We tend to go beginning, middle, and end, and it's too much for kids. So scaffold these out. I scaffold by doing beginning first, then end, then middle, because if kids know the beginning and the end, they know where the middle starts and where the middle ends. So that's my order in teaching kids. Okay, beginning and middle. And then we do beginning, middle, and end. So scaffolding out retell. Okay, so what are some other things that we need to do? We need to teach the main idea, right? We need to teach them message, theme. Huge in this kind of writing. They have to know what the lesson is before they even write. What is your message before you even begin planning? That's going to be key, you guys. You got to have a lesson in your story. This is where you do a story altogether, or you identify the message in mentor text. We need to make sure that we're doing elements of fiction. Got to teach in isolation elements of fiction. And you guys should know those already just based on the 8 things. Oh, I have to have a lesson on characters, and what a character is and how I develop the outside story of a character and the inside story of the character. I have to know setting, right? The when and the where. I have to teach problem solution. Each one of these is considered a mini lesson, which you can stay on for longer than one time. Oh, I have to talk about thoughts and feelings for sure of characters. I have to stop and say, when we're reading today, let's just focus on thoughts and feelings today. I don't have to do everything because kids can't do everything, but today when we read, we're just going to focus on one of these. Oh gosh, what about action? Did you notice the action in the story? Where's your action in your story? Did description, big one, using your 5 senses. And I'm going to put 5 senses, really focusing on 5 senses. What did you see? What did you hear? What did the character see? What did the character hear? What did the character feel? All those descriptions. All of these are mini lessons that are going to help you. Another one, you're going to have to teach them how to write sentences. So sentence variety is going to be key here, you guys. Teach them how to write sentences. Anything else you can think of? Okay, add some more. Those are just some beginnings. So you've got your elements of fiction. All right, good. Another one. Oh, you got to do transitions, story connectors, story transitions. You got to teach to that as well. Sorry. Story transitions. Got to teach those. And I'm going to say, gosh, getting that bookmark is going to be really important for kids. Bookmark on story transitions so they start to use them. All right, let's hop up. Let's stretch for 5 minutes. You guys are starting to die on the vine on me. I can feel it. So get up and go stretch for 5 minutes. We'll come back and do some strategy. And we're getting ready. I thought you guys would read, just so you know, my kids would be reading over and over again, because then if they stop, because you're gonna have some fast readers, then you're in big trouble, because then there's so just get them to keep that, start right at the beginning of the year. When we're reading and we're doing our time and text practice, our time and text, if everybody's still reading and you're done, you go back and you keep reading, because this is practicing reading. Again, another little hint, start it right away so they know exactly what to do when everyone else is still reading. Really, really important. Good book. You kind of got the ideas. I want to show you a couple strategies that I would do with this book. So you guys, I could stay with this book the whole week because every day I could do something different with it. So the first day, I'm obviously going to be reading it and having you read it. Do you guys decodable text? Do you have a system on how you attack decodable text? Time and text. If you want some more strategies, I can send those to you. Definitely with their decodable text, hopefully you guys have as a part of your core curriculum. They would be practicing their decodable text and doing these strategies with sentence by sentence, choral reading, closed reading. There's a lot of strategies you can get them to do where they're doing more of the reading than you. It's hard for me to watch to be in a classroom where teachers are doing all the read alouds. We got to do less of that and let them practice more of the reading. So we've got to make sure we're balancing that out as well. More of them reading than you. All right, so would you take your blank piece of paper and fold it in half? Because the top part is going to be for the drawing and the bottom part is going to be for the writing. Okay, so on the top is where you're going to sketch. So always, guys, again, I've said this before, every time I pick up a new character, I want them to be able to draw the character. So on the top, again, it's amazing what kinder, first, and second graders can do. All I have to do is do this video, and kids are like with me, drawing, engaged. I have no behavior problems when I'm doing this because they're moving. Teachers are oftentimes surprised at how long kinders and first graders go until they watch me. And you guys, it's just changing things and moving things along. High engagement, and they're with me for the whole time. And I think that's a surprise that if you're doing these kinds of things, really behavior decreases and they're totally engaged. So, all right, I could show them how to do it, but this is better. Like him, he's one of my favorite on YouTube. He does a really good job of teaching kids how to do this. So you have a picture. You're all drawing this right along. and you're going to be able to do all of that. So again, every time I read a book, I make them kind of draw the character. So let's come back here to our, and let's make ours very specific, because now we're working on character and setting. But we need to have more here. So I need to know, well, what was he doing, by the way? He was making a what? Oh, he's making a sandwich. So would you draw some parts of his sandwich, please, for me in that picture right beside him, so I know what he's doing, so we kind of know where he's at. So would you just take your book and would you draw some of the ingredients that you see? And it says, this is where I say, let's list the ingredients. I even teach them how, when I'm reading it, to do it in order, but for the sake of it, let's just pick 3 things that you want to draw on your page that represents Pete's lunch. So just draw 3 things. And you guys have the book too, so you can look at your picture to say, okay, what are the 3 things that I want to draw? Oh gosh, that fish, because that seems like an odd thing to put on a sandwich. And pickles, oh, I could like pickles. Well, what about? So just choose 3 things that represent what he made for his lunch. So we're not talking ingredients. So maybe the banana. Again, teaching them how to draw a banana would be really good. Maybe some apples. And that darn fish. So that's what I'm going to draw on you, because I know that helps me remember that big, that Pete was making a big sandwich. Okay, and there's my fish. So there we go. The 3 things. Okay, now I'm missing the setting here. So I know what we're reading about Pete the cat, and I know that he's making a sandwich, and I got that. I'm going to have maybe a piece of bread right here that represents my bread, the crust, right? Now I need to come over here. You have to give me something that tells me where Pete was at. So the most of the time in the beginning story was Pete at. He was in his what? Oh, would you draw some kitchen things that tells the reader where Pete the cat is? So I might want to draw him sitting at a chair in the kitchen. Oh, I could do that. I could draw him with the refrigerator open, because that's where he went to go get all of his ingredients. So I could draw a refrigerator with a little counter. So give me something that shows the setting. And by the way, you guys have to do some labeling. You can't just have pictures. You have to start labeling your sketches. Okay, so notice what I'm doing. I'm kind of labeling. Here's Pete the cat. Here's my banana. Here's my apple. Here's my fish. Here's my bread. You see now, again, I could just do my beginning sound as well for my K1. So there's Pete, bread, there's my banana, there's my A for apple, my F for fish, my B for bread. And I can even talk about he's in the kitchen. This is his fridge, but that's a short name for what, everyone? Refrigerator. We don't want to talk about that. Oftentimes they call it the fridge, but it's really called the refrigerator. I want to make sure that we're using both those language as well. All right, turn and talk. Then I would say this is now time to, you can do 2 things, you guys. So just here's a note. I use the term fix up. And I also use the term fancy up. So write those 2 because there's a difference. So fix up means to add more. So when I say fix up, they have to add to their picture. Fancy up, now they get to color their picture. So fix up means add more. Fancy up means now you can add color and make it pretty. This is kind of your final. Does that make sense? So fix up, add, fancy up, make it pretty. Color. Okay, so those are the things. We don't have that right now. All right, so turn and talk. What do you like about all of the things that I had you do? In fact, tell your partner what were all the skills that I taught you here. What were all the skills that we covered by doing this? Because it wasn't just about drawing a character. What things did we work on here? Turn and talk. What were all, list all the skills. So really, truly, I'm focusing on character and setting here. That's my big dog. That's my lesson. But just think about everything else. I'm talking about text-based evidence. I'm talking about vocabulary. I'm talking about beginning sounds. Gosh, lots of skills in here, you guys, that we're doing. Teaching them how to add more. That's revision. How to fix up, fancy up, how to make it pretty. There's a lot of skills just doing that. I could just stop here and then be done. I don't have to go any further. But I want to show you what I want. I definitely want to get to the sentence writing. So let's come down here. We're going to do what we call a two-part sentence first. And in a two-part sentence, it's going to look like a T-chart where you've just got, it looks like that. Okay, so give me a two-part where it has this, two parts. And this is T equals sentences. Okay, so my two parts is I'm going to always start with my who because my who is my subject, my character, whatever. And it could be a what too, depending on what your character, so it's your who. And then you're going to make it very simple by saying, finish your thought. Okay, so now we're talking about characters, finish your thought, where then I'm going to help them with this. And it's pretty open on this end. So everyone together, who's our subject or our character today? Oh, let's write that over here. Pete, and this is pretty interactive, Pete the cat, right? That's who our subject is. And what did what was his goal in the beginning of the story? What was his goal, guys? Tell your partner what his goal was. Pete the cat wanted to what? Wanted to make a sandwich, wanted to do what? Wanted to have lunch. So again, both of those say wanted to have lunch or make lunch. What do you think? Wanted to have lunch because then he made a sandwich, right? So we're going to say wanted to have lunch. Now notice, you guys, I'm working on the two parts, not the complete, what I call perfect sentence. So I'm just teaching them we've got two parts to the sentence. So underneath, now you're going to write that one perfect sentence. So this might take a couple days to do, depending on your kids and where they come in at the beginning of the year. So this is called revision. What are the parts? Now I want them to take the parts and use the editing pencil and make a complete sentence. So this is what it would be. Pete, the cat, wanted to have lunch, period. Okay, that's it. That's a two-part, but it's now, what are the two parts? And now a complete sentence. And this is now where I'm going to use the editing pencil to make sure it is perfect. Does it make sense? So that's why you got to get this out right away. As soon as you start teaching sentences, they have to edit their own work. They have to say, do I have a capital letter? Check mark. Does my picture match my sentence? Check mark. Do I have space between my words? Check mark. Did I start with the capital letter? All those things on that editing pencil, you guys start right away on this. This is so powerful. Okay, that's one sentence. Okay, let's go to a three-part sentence. Now I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult. Now it's going to have three boxes. So let's do three sections. And now I'm going to label them differently. I'm going to still start with my who. But now I'm going to change the finish your thought to an action, a verb. Okay. And then this is going to change over here. It can still be finish your thought, but I'm going to change it here in a minute. So let's start. Who's our who, everyone? Okay, Pete the cat. Let's write that, Pete the cat. Here's our who, that doesn't change. Okay, what did Pete the cat do? Let's think of some action verbs. What did he do, you guys? Made. Oh, is there another word that we could use instead of made? Built. Ooh, good. What's another word that we could use? Constructed. Ooh, hi. I love that one. Constructed, right? Made, built, constructed. Can you think of anything else? Those are good 3-1. I like 3 different ones. Constructed what? What did he construct? What did he build? A what? Okay, so now we've got our 3 parts. So now I'm going to read. Now here's where this, again, fluency, but repeating a sandwich. Now I'm going to say it, you repeat. Pete the cat made a sandwich, period. Repeat, your turn.
Pete the cat made a sandwich, period.
My turn. Pete the cat built a sandwich, period. Your turn, go.
Pete the cat built a sandwich.
Period. Oh, let's do the last one. Pete the cat constructed a sandwich, period. Read.
Pete the cat constructed a sandwich.
Oh, all of them. Would you choose the one that you like? And whichever one you like, I want you to zigzag. I'm going to use built, and I'm going to zigzag that because built's kind of a nice word that will go into, I can talk about. So I'm going to zigzag built because that's the word I'm going to use in my one perfect sentence. So now we're going to write our one perfect sentence. And now you have to do all 3. So then you're going to come down here and you're going to write Pete the cat built, your verb, you choose the one you want, a sandwich. Now I'm going to show you how I can extend this to even stretch it, period. And there's my perfect future editing pencil. Could I add a descriptive word for sandwich? What might, tell your partner what you might, how this might sound if you add a descriptive word for a sandwich. Hot, a what kind of sandwich? Add an adjective. A yummy sandwich. What else, you guys? What are words you guys come up with? A silly sandwich. What's another word? A tall sandwich. Yes. You see how now you can build in adjectives in here as another piece. So if you were to do an adjective, it would be a 4-part because you're adding in another part, right? So if you were going to be doing a 4-part, which sometimes we shy away with our little kiddos, but they can do it. I would go who, action, adjective, descriptor word, then a what. Do you see now now it becomes a 4-part sentence because you're going to add this adjective right there. And now you guys are talking about adjectives and verbs and adverbs and subjects and all the things that our kids don't know even at the high school level. I had some 6th graders that didn't even know their short vowels. We're missing some definite holes with our kids. And adverbs and adjectives, I had high schoolers that couldn't tell me what an adjective was. So we got to figure out how to way to do that. All right, turn and talk. What do you like about sketching and labeling, character and setting, and then writing some sentences about their picture? Turn and talk. What would that look like in your classroom? Could you do that? How many days would this take? Can you see how you could scaffold this from a 2-part first and then move it to a 3-part and then go back to a 4-part? There's a lot of different sentences. We'll do more sentence work this week because I think that's really important area of instruction, which would be huge. But really thinking, again, start out with shared writing. The other thing you could do too here, you guys, would be to help kids is you could do this. And I'll just give an example of how I would do a framed. I would go Pete, and sometimes I'll even type these out before. Pete the cat, it's already on their page. Pete the cat wanted, and then I leave it blank. Period. You see how now I've scaffolded this for kids. For those kids who can't do this whole thing, I've now started it out for them, but then I only have them fill out a few words. So this is called sentence frames. A step up is really good with framing, where you give them a little bit of the sentence and then they finish it. So here's another way for your little kiddos to get them going is you do most of the work and then they just have to fill in that last little bit, which would be a little bit more helpful for them than trying to do the whole thing. And sometimes I'll even do this for them. I'll go, okay, look at how many words in our sentence. Our sentence is Pete the cat wanted to have lunch. Let's count those. Ready, everyone? Pete the cat wanted to have lunch. How many words in my sentence? Then I'll even do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's how I get my kids to help with numbering how many words in a sentence, actually showing the lines so they know each one of those represents a word. So a lot of different things you can do to help kids who are just starting out. Okay, just really scaffolding out this instruction with them would be helpful. Okay, all right, let's go to our bubble chart. This is another one that you need to start doing right away. Now, you guys, I don't really, until October, I don't want you to do a BME yet. I want you to focus on just getting the sketch and label, to start maybe doing a 2-part sentence, doing parts of something, but not doing the whole, because when we come back, I will go through now the 4 parts of it. One of the things that you can start to do is to start really thinking about character development. So let's do a bubble chart. A bubble chart is for describing. So bubble chart is the strategy for the skill of describing. So now I teach my kids. Today, when we do this thinking chart, it's called the bubble chart. That's the strategy for the skill of describing. So anytime I ask you to describe, this is one of the strategies we're going to use. I'm going to show you another strategy as well, but this is one of them. So it's not when we're doing the story, but when we're actually learning about things, we're going to go back to our green, yellow, our green, yellow, and red. So in a bubble chart, we have our green. It's going to be our character, what we're describing. And by the way, you can describe a person, place, or thing. It's the noun. But because we're in a narrative and a character, we're going to go T. Who's our character? Pete the cat. So we're going to write our character is Pete the cat. There's our green. Now we're going to describe Pete the cat. And you'll note that we've got some small bubbles. Those are going to be our yellow. So take your highlighter. We're going to be looking for physical character. We're going to be describing our character using adjective and adjective phrases. More like not physical characteristics, but who they are in terms of their personality. Okay, so these are going to be adjective and adjective phrases. So you don't want another noun. So this is an adjective. We're describing or an adjective phrase. We're not using a noun. So now we've got an adjective and adjective phrase here. Okay. So Pete the cat. All right, now we're going to be thinking of, there's 3 here. We could have less. And if we need to add, just know you can add more. So I don't have more on here, but you could continue to keep adding if you needed to. So this is where you're going to think of adjectives about Pete the cat. Okay, everybody turn talk. What adjectives come to mind when you think of Pete the cat? Talk to your partner. When you're looking at the book, what would you say? How would you describe him? Think of personality traits too. Okay, so I'm gonna model, you guys have some, I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna give you one and I'm gonna let you finish this out. So what you're going to want to do is you're gonna want to list the adjective or the adjective phrases. Remember, Pete the cat is a noun, it's a person, so you can't have another noun because kids are gonna go, well, he's a cat. No, that's another noun. I don't want a noun, I want an adjective to describe him. So one of the things that I would say, and again, I'm not going to shy away from higher level thinking and vocabulary for even my kinders. They're amazing and resilient. Sometimes we have to get out of the way. They can do more than what we think. Sometimes, at least that's been where I was when I taught kinder. So I think that Pete the cat was very creative. Everybody, let's do this one together. Creative. Let's all do creative. I thought he was pretty darn creative. Okay, now, whoo, this is good. You have to give me text-based evidence to support that thinking. So now you're going to give me 3 lines here. Those are going to be your pink. And now we're looking for text-based evidence. I call that TBE, what we call text-based evidence. And now I have to look through my reading again, and I have to have evidence as to why I think he's creative. So tell your partner, why do you think Pete the cat was creative? What did he do? What made him creative? What could I say about him being creative? He was creative because of what did he do? What did he use in his sandwich? I thought it was pretty creative because his sandwich wasn't the, your normal. So to me, he was creative because of the different ingredients that he used in his sandwich, right? Okay, there you go. With your partner, give me 1 or 2 more. You got to give me another description and you have to give me text-based evidence. So choose another one. What else would you say about Pete the cat other than he's creative? Come up with one with your partner and give me a red for each one. So I'd like 2 more if you can. Give me 2 more descriptors and give me text-based evidence to support your adjective. Go. Do it with your partner too, guys. You can do it on your own. It's too quiet when you're doing it on your own. I like to hear you guys. Oh, I like that. You guys think outside the box. Look at the pictures. This is where you teach kids to look at the pictures for context clues. I can really work on context clues. It isn't written, but if you look at some of the illustrations, that's going to help you come up with some descriptors of Pete the cat. He was kind, wasn't he? Well, why was he kind? He was a thinker. Oh, yeah, he had to think through what he wanted. He was very friendly, wasn't he? Yeah, because he invited who over? Yeah. He shared it. He was kind because he shared his sandwich, right? He was a thinker. He had to think through what he was going to do about his sandwich. He's a thinker. He had to think through what was missing. He had to think through what he needed to do. I mean, again, a lot of higher level, right? He was very high level. Okay, so everybody have 3. Again, the important part of this, again, even for state assessments, is that they're probably at 3rd grade going to have something where they're going to have to describe a character, but they're going to have to give evidence to support that character. This is where you guys are really helping kids by identifying some traits of that character and then giving evidence to support that. This part right here is really important. I saw a 1st grade teacher in Roseburg, Oregon when we were doing these. And she was using her core curriculum to read and describe the character in her core curriculum. And kids, these first graders were just knocking it out of the ballpark. Again, she did a few things, describing things before she went right to text. So they were describing other things before they actually described the character. I think that's really important. Don't go right to text first. Have them describe an apple. Have them describe the principal. Oh, have them describe themselves. Oh, Mrs. Westerberg. Mrs. Westerberg is funny. Why is she funny? She tells good jokes. Mrs. Westerberg is kind. Why is she kind? Because she gives us lots of time to do our homework. And Mrs. Westerberg, what else do I know about Mrs. Westerberg? So you could do this bubble chart on themselves first before you say, now let's read and see if we can describe a character. This is really like phase 2. Describe something they know before you have them describe an actual character that they're reading about. Okay, so now on the bottom of this, you're going to write C equals, and now you're going to teach kids to draw a conclusion. And one of the things that I like them to do here is to work on another skill. So this is green. Okay, so now that they've described the character, this is what I'm going to have them do every time they're describing a character, because it's so high level, you guys. I don't want them to say, and I hope you like my bubble chart about Pete the cat. I want it to go deeper. So in the drawing a conclusion, I want them to work on the skill of comparing. Okay, and I want them to compare Pete to themselves. And I say, are you more alike Pete the cat? Are you different than Pete the cat? Are you about the same? So this is what I want kids to start working on when it comes to comparing, is to now compare themselves to whatever you're describing. So they're going to say, Pete the cat, are you more alike? Then circle that. Are you more different? Then circle that. Are you about the same? You're going to circle that. So I think I'm alike, so I'm going to circle that. Do you see what you want kids to do? Are you more alike the character? Are you more different? Or are you about the same? This is really big for comparing, for the skill of comparing. All right, turn and talk. What do you guys think about this strategy? And while you're doing that, I'll get ready for our next part. So turn and talk. Do you like this? And think of another chart, another character you could actually describe. That'd be another good thing to do. All right, turn and talk, you guys. Reflect. How would you use this with your kiddos? Okay, hopefully I've given you enough to start with. There's the other one. I think I'm going to stop right there because I've given you a lot. But while you're talking, I'm going to show you some examples of a circle chart and a bubble chart. So guys, keep talking for just a minute while I find it. Or not. Okay, here's where you guys are going to want to. Okay, circle chart. Okay, you guys get your phone out, because if any of these are ones you like, you can take a picture. Okay, circle chart. So the first thing that I do in the beginning of the year is I have them describe or on the circle chart to tell me everything they know about themselves. So I make them put their name in the center, and then they are sketching and labeling everything that describes them. So that's one way to do it. So that's a great way to start the circle chart out. Here's an example of what they did with their family. Okay, so a circle chart is for defining. You tell me everything that I know about a topic. So they talked about their family, and notice they just drew their family. Now, one thing that I would say, you guys, is what did this teacher do that I said you can't do? They wrote on their paper. You can't, I don't want you to write on their paper, but they have to do my uncle by listening to beginning sounds. Now, could I tell them? Yes, verbal, but I don't want to write it for them because then I'm doing the heavy lifting. They're not. So that's the only thing I would say on this example that I wouldn't do. You need them to listen to that beginning sound if they can. So that's an example. Here's one that if I'm studying about in science or social studies, this is so good. So I'll say what lives in water. So they're drawing what lives in water. I'm having them cut pictures and putting in their circle chart for what lives in water, or I'm giving them stickies, little pictures or stickers. You guys, here's an example for fall. What do I know about fall? Tell me everything that you know about fall. This is a really good one to do for them at the beginning. And then again, I would do it again for winter, and then I would compare the two. So individually, I would say, let's tell me everything we know about fall, and we're going to read about fall. And then I do one for winter, and we have two circle charts up, and then we're going to compare what's the same about those two seasons, what's different about those seasons. So that's another way to do that. Would be to do a fall. Here's one where, look at this, it's a little bit older, but I still think you could do it a little bit older, where the teachers have taken pictures of themselves, and then they've given some things around the circle of what describes that. That's another way to do it. My K1 group in Montana actually took this idea at the beginning of the year, but they didn't make it so, they actually divided the circle into 4 parts, and one said your family, and one said activity that you like, and one said your favorite color. And so they actually labeled parts of the circle chart for the K1 so that they could describe themselves, but they had specific things that they were having to describe themselves. So that's another way to do it as well. Let's see, here's an example of a circle chart on, this is kindergarten, things I can do. You see, they're just sketching and labeling things they can do. By the way, this would be a good writing, right? They could pick one. Would you write about what's one thing that you do well? That's informative. It's not necessarily tell a story, but they could tell a personal narrative about a time when they fell off when, you know, they were at the park. Here's another one on a circle chart on things you wear in the snow, where they're actually cutting and pasting. So a circle chart is about defining. Here's one on what we know about the wind. So again, this could be a bulletin board using the circle chart. All of us using this kind of thinking chart to help our kids before they write. I don't think our kids write enough. Here's an example of, if their topic is their cat, they're brainstorming all the things that they could talk about for their cat. Look at, it's Tabby, the girl, it's big, it's afraid of a rabbit, it's playful, it's 13 years old, doesn't like hot dogs and likes marshmallows. So you see, you're just describing, you're defining your topic. Let's see, here's one you guys could do in math. Look at this in math. So all these charts that I do in reading and writing, I also do in math. So here's an example of one where they have to give me, look at that one, so good. What represents 6? So you can actually do a circle chart there as well. Here's one on verbs. Say, what are examples of verbs? When we talk about verbs, and kids could draw some pictures, they could help you with this. That's another idea. And I think that, and I've got some others if you want, but I'll just stop there. All right, so that is a circle chart. I'm gonna have to go back and find the bubble chart, but I'm gonna stop there. All right, you guys, are you feeling like you're done? It's 3 o'clock, feeling like you're done. You have enough to start the year out until I see you in October. Let's talk about what you can do. Okay? So turn and talk, look through your materials, and way to make a list of what are all the lessons as we wrap that I can do with kids based on today's instruction. The way to kind of look through your notes and make a plan of what you want to do the month of September based on what I gave you. And if you're kinder, you're going to need more than September, because you're not going to start right away, because you've got so many other things you're doing. First grade, I'd get right in and get going. Kinder is a little bit different, because you got to just get them to come in and. So you might not want to start, but definitely, where do you want to start? What mentor text? Maybe talking about text features. What would you like to start with in September? I want you to really be thinking about what are some things that I want to start with when it comes to narrative, reading, and writing. Before we leave, I'm gonna have you, once you get finished talking, kind of sharing out what you think your plan is, just so we have a little bit of a reflection here at the end before I let you go. So kind of be thinking what you want to share with the whole group and what you are thinking grade level wise would be a good place to start. If you have any questions, this would be a good time to answer and ask questions. Okay, you guys have been talking, so your exit strategy, if I was doing this with kids, would be go back to our learn objective. So did we learn some skills about narrative writing, yes or no? Did I show you some strategies on how to get to a beginning, middle, and end, a start? Yes, so did we do pretty good with our learn objective? So that's kind of closing the learning loop, going back, reviewing your objective. Sometimes we don't get to it, and I'll just say, hey guys, we didn't get to that part, we'll get to that part tomorrow. So that's going to be one thing that you want to do, is really closing the learning loop with your exit strategy. I'm going to do a 3-2-1 strategy. I like this for kids too. So this is called 3-2-1. Would you get a lined piece of paper? This is going to be for you. It's going to be my 3-2-1 strategy. Whoops, sorry guys, you don't see it. I got to get my camera back up. 3-2-1, piece of paper. This is our little reflective piece that I want you to do. This is for you personally. So put your grade level up here so you know what grade level. This is going to be kind of your non-negotiable. And then you guys, what I want you to do is to come back and report when I see you in October on what you did and how it worked. If you could bring some student samples, that would even be better. So think about student samples to bring on what you've tried. I would love for you to bring some of those to share with everyone else. So student samples from what you're doing. Okay. Okay. So here's my 3. So color coding, T is my topic, my 3-2-1 strategy. This is my reflective strategy for kiddos. I want 3 new learnings. What did you learn today that was new? Okay, so 3 new learnings. A better understanding of organization. I know how to use the purple. I know that there's 8. I know I need to help them with describing a character. I need to have great mentor text. What 3 new learnings? I know how to structure my writing time. I know when I'm going to teach writing, but what needs to come first. So all the new learnings today that might be something that was new for you. What kids need to know, what kids don't need to know. What about connectors, verb transitions? What are 3 new learnings? Okay, once you've got that too, I want to know what 2 strategies you are going to use. Again, you're going to own, it's called, I really like the 2-1, 2 + 1. I want you to own 2 strategies, own 2, meaning you're going to do them, and then you're going to offer up another one. Offer up means if I have time, I'm going to do it, but I'm going to own the 2. What 2 things based on today that you're going to do with your kids? What are the 2 things that you think would be most important? Text features, knowing the structure, character and setting, sketching and labeling, writing a 2-part sentence, talking about story connectors today, a bubble chart, a circle chart. Gave you a lot today, you guys. Choose 2 that you're going to start with. You don't have to do all of them, but choose 2. So you are committed to learning those 2 deeply and repeating those over and over again. So 2 that you're going to own, 1 that you're going to offer up if you have time between now and October. Okay. And then you've got your 1. 1 thing you still need, and it cannot be timed. Because we all have, that's all initial growth. So what do you need in order to do this job better? I want one thing you still need, and time cannot be it, because that could be on all of ours. We all need time, but we got to figure this out. Regardless of that, we've got to change some things around. We've got to prioritize what we're teaching and how much time we're spending. We got to get rid of some of the fluff that Anita Archer would say, get rid of the fluff, teach the stuff, but get rid of the fluff. We have to start looking at our day differently without it not being fun, but we have to make sure we're doing the hard stuff and doing it well and doing it more than once. So what do you still need? You need help, you need more planning time, you need resources, you need to have a conversation with Yolanda. What do you need that's going to help you be a better writing teacher in your classroom? Okay, so before you go, you have to I'm going to get you up one. I know you guys don't like this sometimes, but I'm going to get you up. Take your sticky note, go find somebody, not at your table, and share your 3, 2, 1, and then we'll be done. Okay, somebody not at your table.
Sure.
3, 2, and 1. Yeah, you're 3, you're 2, and you're 1.
Two strategies. Text teachers. Get your links on it. One. Sure. There's sort of, I think, conversations will be nice. Just the chart.